It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
Mid-Westuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th, in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss, with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreher, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Mid-Westuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
Now, why would my mic be muted? Now, why would that happen? Good looking out, young God. Appreciate it. I was basically just saying good morning. Hope you're doing good out there. Shouts out to all the sleepy heads. I actually gained viewers while I was muted, so that probably goes to show you the type of thing I should do more often. By that I mean shut the hell up. Am I right? All right, so I've been cooking on something already. I will go ahead and play it before you guys can see it, but this is the Sunday chill stream. So we're going to be chilling out today. Taking it easy. I've got my cup of coffee. I hope you've got yours. I'm sure at some point I'll drop the link. You can come on chill with me. We can yap. Never opposed to a good old yap. Unless I'm not on screen. If I'm on screen, I'm down for a yap. But if you catch me in real life, I might not always be down for a yap. You know what I'm saying? Good morning, Upcycle. Good morning, RJ. Good morning, Neil. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Yoav. For anyone here who's new, you can always send me a clip that was interesting to you this week that you think might fit well over the music. You can also just send me a beautiful visual substrate if that's more your speed. It helps if they're a little longer, if they're like a minute plus, and that's really useful. Or else it's just going to be the same thing looping over and over again, But either way, you can send that stuff to me on Twitter or Discord. And as long as you, in the comments, let me know that you've done it, I will do my best to use it. Sometimes things just don't work out, or I have too much stuff that I can't fit it all in, but there's always no hard feelings in situations like that. You probably sent me a good clip, and it was my mistake. I don't think organ is quite it. Very cool, very cool. Waiting for Discord to load up. What's up, Nico? Waiting on Discord to load because for some reason I had exited out of it. And now we've got to wait for Discord to load so we can get some visual substrates and some clips in here. Tunji, welcome aboard, sir. Welcome. And Discord's still loading.
You don't have a timing to so I'll just play.
Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? Well, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? Well, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates kind of response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's
right,
like,
I'm gonna
kind
have
of
to
acknowledges
mute
there's
the
some
music
truth in what
so
you're
we
saying,
can
but there's
just
also a
hear this
shortcoming to
clip.
it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates kind of response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates kind of response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role.
Okay, I think we get it. I think we've heard that enough. CC with the should justice be emotional? Feel free to answer in the hive mind. That's the question we'll be pondering as I make this beat. I really need a branding that's like CC's question of the day. When CC asks a good question, and then we'll just hit it, and then it'll just be like CC's question of the day. Hey, something like that, you know.
And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? You go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates' response is just to go, yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what we're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something,
I don't have a timing issue, so I'll just play.
and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something,
Good morning, Sandra 1S.
Play.
Bubble thoughts. Good evening, Yoav. Thanks for stopping by, brother. RJ sent me some good branding, but I just added it to my branding playlist on YouTube. But you might see it later. Dang, this song low-key just came together in like 30 minutes. What are you gonna do?
So and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, you kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, it's a classic Greek definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to. Also a shortcoming to.
All right. What do we think? Should I put the link out? Is this conversation hot enough? Do we want to talk about justice, organization, emotions? What do we think? All I need is a couple thumbs up in the hive mind that says, yes, I would like to jump on and talk about something. Because that's a 5-minute song, and I think I'm pretty happy with it. So I can just kind of do little things in the background to sweeten. Cece can't play today. She's got homework. Happens to the best of them. If not.
And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say, yes, but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something,
You don't have a timing figure, so I'll just play.
Jacob Collier would probably like want to, well, for one, he'd want to have piano on it. A bass solo probably at some point.
Then you've got to go from the Super Lydian minor to the Quattro Aeolian fifth.
Well, I guess I should probably still go ahead and put out the link. Yeah.
and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations. And he's always very creatively. And he's always very. And he's always very creatively. And he's always very creatively. And he's always very creative. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations. And he's always very creative. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition. And he's always very creatively. And he's always very creatively. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where you're. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something.
You don't have a timing to give you, so I'll just play.
he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes but, and then he'll come up with
Archer, send me a clip of something, dude. Send me a clip of something, dude.
Right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. Classic. Good definition. Socrates go yes but, and then he'll come up with a flaw in it. Objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. So Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations.
It's not the way to do it, dude. Send it to me on Discord. Send it to me on Discord, marching boy.
Justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creative, thinking of situations where your idea, your role, kind of breaks down. Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, you kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go yes but.
Oh gosh, Marger.
Flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in it. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like
Good
this
meme,
guy
though. Good
that
meme.
whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define
I'm
justice?
becoming
You go, I think
censorious
justice is like helping your
in my
friends
old
and
age.
harming your enemies. It's a classic definition. Socrates' response is just to go yes. He's always very creative, thinking of situations where your idea. So how do you define justice? You go, spot, right? So fight you go out, fight justice, fight you red, fight you red, fight just quiet, fight you so fight you response, yes, and then and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So and he's very creative, and he's thinking of situations where your idea, your role kind of breaks down. He's just like the guy that whenever you think something, kind of almost like kind of say, kind of spot, kind of right, kind of so kind of fight, kind of you watch, just you watch,
Smarter, that link was funny, it just was not chill, bro. You gotta learn how to chill, dude.
Whenever you kind of almost like something, say something, right? So fight you go out, fight justice, fight you red, fight just quiet, fight so fight you response, yes, and then forward and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? You go, I think justice is like helping your friends. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition of Socrates. And he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a
It
classic
might be time for a podcast.
expression. Socrates' kind of response is just to go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more, you know. He's always very creative, thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something,
I don't have a timer to give you, so I'll just play.
Welcome, Joe. Enjoyed hanging out with you yesterday, brother.
and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your role kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic book definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more. You know, he's always very creatively thinking of situations, and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever he says something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, and he's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic book definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more, you know. He's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. I think Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something,
You don't have a timing to give you, so I'll just play.
All right. We need to pause on that. Clean our ears. Sit back and relax, perhaps. And we'll listen. Sight to this new Kierkegaard
We'll be exploring
branding.
the philosophy of Søren Kierkegaard.
Let's see if I can summon McMo. Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard!
Summon McMo.
All you have to do is say Kierkegaard, Kierkegaard.
Talk about Kierkegaard. So,
Søren Kierkegaard was a brilliant, gloomy, anxiety-ridden, often hilarious Danish 19th century philosopher.
Kierkegaard's philosophy is a reaction to the Hegelian synthesis. What makes Kierkegaard a precursor to existentialism is that he holds the view that there is no criterion for making this decision. In other words, he faces us with the grim, the horrifying reality of criterionless choice. Make a decision. You have no standards upon which to make a decision. Good luck.
Well, we're going to talk a lot about what Kierkegaard means when he's saying that today, but
I really like him. I find him really fascinating. He's certainly one of the funniest, and he has a thoroughly morbid sense of humor. There's so few philosophers with a good sense of humor. Kierkegaard is one of them. So, and you also have no choice about whether you make a decision or not. You must decide. Best of luck. So Kierkegaard leaves us adrift. He cuts us off from our moorings to rationality because he says there's no possible rational decision procedure which could give you grounds for choosing the moral or the aesthetic life. If you want to say that you develop some rational theory which shows you that only the rational life is the good one, you're presupposing what you are trying to prove. If you did presuppose that rationality would be our guide, then what would you say?
Thomas Aquinas wouldn't call you virtuous for staying up all night tracking glacial levels in Greenland, but for many philosophers, including Kierkegaard, anxiety is a foundational human experience.
Nothing. The vast silence of human existence becomes very, very clear when Kierkegaard begins to meditate and think deeply about the choices that human beings must, by virtue of the human condition, make.
I'm anxious, and I'm not alone. For example, you guys ever think that some of your friends are only still friends with you because they've been friends with you and actually don't like you and don't like protect behind your back, and they talk about why they don't like you and everything you're with them, you're thinking like, am I not right? And I actually have friends?
Søren Kierkegaard is best known as the father of existentials.
Is there a mood that expresses the human condition more than any other? For Søren Kierkegaard, that mood is indeed anxiety. And
By Søren Kierkegaard.
Kierkegaard
Søren Kierkegaard was a Danish philosopher, theologian, poet, social critic, and religious author.
for Søren Kierkegaard, whose Kierkegaard's philosophy is very theistic and more specifically very Christian. So much so that he might well be considered more of a Christian theologian than a philosopher.
but to understand both Pascal and Kierkegaard, we also need to focus on a more concrete issue than the issue of reason. We need to focus on the issue that was the central issue for both Pascal and Kierkegaard, which was Jesus Christ himself. Very few establishment scholars of either Pascal or Kierkegaard today dare to do that. They either ignore or patronize that focus and that center. Thus, they radically misunderstand both of these two philosophers. They were existentialist Christians, not Christian existentialists. For both, Christ was not an adjective but a noun.
So we've got ourselves into a really stupid corner.
Right now, that goes without saying with McMo.
Hope and your donation. I hope and your donation. Thanks, somebody. Where's the train? Ups, can you find the train? I can't find the train. There's too many brandings loaded. overloaded. I've been wanting to record a skit that I haven't done, so I'm going to perform it as a rehearsal now. It goes like this. Whoa! You know, because if we accentuate what's going on our inside when we're experiencing the deep psychological programming, it's comical. Programming. It's comical.
Deep psychological programming?
Yeah, it's supernormal stimuli. You're familiar as a person in academia with the concept, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, stimuli, and us being us scientist folks, we can Beauregard strawberry it down into the essence of the stimuli, and that's super normal. Like, you have to have resistance to mind control to not be suckered into it. And
Yeah. No, that makes me think of like these ash line surveys where it's like if you get people together in a group and they you can get people to say that two lines that are clearly a very different length are the same length because this need
they'd rather not be an outcast.
Don't want to be an outcast. That's it. Yeah, that's a real thing. It's a beautiful space. I think people are really full of heart and full of hope, which I think is unusual in the United States right now. And they're coming together in a way that, I mean, I'm giving away the plot here, but people are coming together here in a way that they don't come together almost anywhere else. And then they're finding ways to come together in real life too. I think it's huge. I think it's transformative. I think it's going to change the world. I'm on a soapbox now. I don't know.
Well, that was great. That was Clara and Buddy. Show on a beautiful note, held together by hope and your donations. In the corner has been swamped with a
mind control.
Receiving throws for mind control. So this is how bad I have failed. Receiving
I understand you have respect for serious play. Yes, I have a ritual with my channel where, like reminding fish that they're in water, I remind people that there's a lot of mind control out there, even if you just consider advertising.
So this is how bad I have failed.
I give you a savings throw against the mind control I use against you. So A, you know I'm using it against you, and if it works, I get more points. And B, you get the chance to resist. You base your resistance on your choice between your will to survive, your social networks, your accumulated wisdom, or the power of your heart.
Mind control will continue in a moment.
This is a place, and when we see each other, we can start playing together and working together. Those things you call commercials, I don't make those. People who want to play make them, and I don't know what mind control they put it with, especially that make man.
Gentlemen, this is the elimination course. My calling is to keep men out of the ministry. I consider my test a success when the blood is 4 feet deep and the bodies are floating around the room.
That's amazing.
Now, we're trying to gain people's attention. Before, the people were able to commit to a follow. And again, I can't help but watch this and think, things are riding us. Things are riding us. And it's increasingly obvious.
Modernity sort of lured us into a little group of people that are sort of working on this, and then, you know, in some ways via technology, this stuff just spreads all out
throughout the world. It of course made me think about this little corner, because what doesn't? And it made me think about the little group of people that are just playing with things now.
And I thought Jordan Hall said it very well in the conversation, you know.
What's up, everybody?
In our globalized contextuality of 8 billion people, what things we do have in common with people from wherever is often shared media consumption, shared media consumption, shared media consumption. Like, I am a leaf on the wind, watch how I fly, speaks to everybody who is as deep into that show as I was. And so though it's like, and to understand what I'm talking about with that, I usually reference the next generation, which is the next generation. So with that, I usually reference the next generation, start.
Right.
Hey.
Ubs, what's up, sir? Welcome. I'm sure you got a bad echo. Turn that off. Make sure I'm ready to go. I got trapped in that my own mind control there. That branding is hypnotic to me. But my favorite part is when the indigo dye is over Christian Baxter's face and he goes, "Hey, everybody." It makes me laugh every time. Ubs, I have not talked to you in a while, sir. How are things?
I am doing great. How are you?
I am doing good. Kind of surprised at how fast the song came together today. That's always
Pretty
fun.
good, pretty good, yeah. Pretty good one.
What have you been thinking about recently?
Well, basically a variety of things. One of them is that I am planning for going to that ARC conference next week.
See Pastor Paul.
Yeah. And many more. Rick Walker will be there too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll expect a full report. You know, you got to come back on a McMo chill stream and give us the full report of how ARC was.
Okay. I will do that. And I am working a bit with Afrag and Mills.
Very cool.
Regarding defense against the dark arts. So we're preparing some things there. Hopefully, we will be able to present our results at some point soon. So yeah.
Very cool. Chad, welcome, sir. How are you?
Good. Wow, there's a sweet echo. Or is that in my earbuds?
I think that might be your earbuds. I was getting it when you joined a little bit, but it could be my fault.
Maybe it's... Oh. I have my YouTube muted, so...
In the meantime, I'm trying to take off the VNA bubble since we've got 3. You know, it's not just me and up, so we've got 3.
I did send you a couple of guitar riffs.
Very cool.
That's cool. Were you using the slide from the last session?
I was indeed, sir. I was indeed.
It fits way better in this one.
That's what they like to call upcycling.
That is what they like to call upcycling. Excuse me. How are you, Ups?
I'm doing well. Are you feeling better?
Feel a little better. Yeah. I feel better.
I wanted to disturb you a bit to share some update regarding that exhibition for Meat History. I have a small update and I needed some feedback from you.
Yeah.
So, cool. Awesome. I will do it later on.
Sweet.
Yeah, there's big things happening behind the scenes. I have not stayed as up to it as I should have, but I know that the Discord has been a buzz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw you doing something. I was watching Father Brown. My wife is taking a nap, and I thought, I wonder if I have enough or something I could contribute. So I did, and I just wanted to say hello and thanks for the conversation yesterday.
Yeah, that one turned out to be a real barn burner.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I can't really stay long. I just wanted to say hello.
Well, hello, welcome, and it's a good day to do it. The chill stream. Are you at all? I'm an enjoyer of the BBC, and with the whole USAID thing coming out, it's been kind of a, oh no, to what degree have I been mind controlled?
Yeah, well, to a much degree, I'm sure, like the rest of us. Yeah, I really like the BritBox.
I do too, man.
We started on Father Brown, and I really like it. It's just like all the other ones I like.
I like the reality shows. Like there's like a HGTV type of show on the BBC called Grand Design. And when I was having a lot of trouble with my back, like with sciatica and stuff, and I'd have to like lay on the couch for days on end, I would just turn that on and I would just like fall in and out of sleep and just like holding on with the muscle cramps and all of that. And I was like, between that and maybe some medicine, some alcohol, I was drinking lots of hot toddies, then just do a hot tea with like half bourbon or something. I was definitely doing some cowboy medications, but looking back, although I was miserable at the time, I kind of look back on it fondly because it was just this like weird, out of mind, out of body experience. Just like being on the couch, like it's like a time machine. You just get on the couch and turn on BBC, and you watch all these houses get made and designed, and you're falling in and out of sleep. And yeah, I'll never forget how crazy of an experience that was. But that's what all came to mind when you start talking about BritBox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's for good times. Good times.
But I do prefer the like calmer and lower stakes of British television. You know, it's like, I know there are some great shows about murder and stuff like that, but they even handle the murder with like a light touch aesthetically that I kind of enjoy. But yeah, that's always fascinated me, that difference in culture where like an American show, it's like, it's literally trying to get you anxious the whole time and like excited. But then on British TV, it's just kind of like, and then Mr. Darby went to the post office. You know, it's like.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a lot more. I think it's more appropriately full, like in a lot of ways. Like the American television or American British show, or I'm sorry, detective shows they're faster, they're louder, they have more glitz. Even your like kind of like homely characters are really beautiful, and it's the opposite in like the British shows. Like even the most beautiful women are still a little homely, which is not like a cut on them. It's a more realistic like way of doing it. And then they still like Marple was good. We watched all of Marple, which is Agatha Christie character. And the first 3 seasons are one actress, and then she ended up retiring, and they got a different lady to play her. But that first 3 seasons, they did a really good job of like translating into what it would be like if you were actually reading the book, you know. So you get like this more of an enchanted like feeling. It doesn't have this like kind of like really well, I don't know how to put that. Like really, like almost like the show Seven. You know how is like or the movie Seven is
Yeah,
dark
gritty.
and
Yeah,
gritty. Yeah.
it's making me wonder if there's an element and the 7 type of gritty is actually like a highly polished type of gritty. You know, it's actually like scientifically tested, and Neil would like this. Like it's a very much a kind of evolutionary predatory competition vibe once aesthetically you get to where 7 is.
Yeah.
What it was making me think of, because it is funny that how you put that about like the homeliness or whatever. I wonder if a more polite way, even though I think what you said was absolutely right, it was just kind of it struck me as a little maybe a little rude, but it just is so funny to me. But what it made me think of was that idea of like just the massive like the difference between something small and something large. Like the BBC, to the extent that it is international, I think that it really is kind of focusing on TV for the British people. Like, even if it is propaganda, that's where the propaganda is pointed, so it has to appeal to those people. Whereas American propaganda has to appeal to such a wide swath that they've really got to kind of make a very refined, very polished aesthetic that's been tested with mood boards, with data backed up by Pinterest. So, and the what colors are all of the poor decrepit teenage boys staring on their phones longer at, like all of that stuff. I'm sure that the best players have access to that data, but what comes out is like a very targeted, polished. They can't fake kind of genuine rough around the edges because they can't afford to, right?
Right.
And so yeah, that's what was coming up for me was, and I guess I didn't really mean to connect it back to the propaganda thing, just to say that you always have to be aware of it. But what's interesting to me about that is like, yeah, the difference in aesthetics that you can get away with when you've got a naturally occurring targeted audience, like it's literally basically one island.
Yeah.
That's primarily the same culture versus America and also the world, because America's media has the kind of the global what do the Collinses call it, the
monoculture,
urban monoculture. Yeah.
Well,
well, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Chad.
Well, I think that it seems like, because obviously there's going to be propaganda all over the place, and there are some of the British shows where I'm like, yeah, I could see through like this BS here, but mostly it's a heavy reliance upon the good acting, good story, trusting the story, trusting the audience also. So that's the other thing. They don't make the audience stupid. Sometimes the writers will do that where they just like force feed every little bite to you. It's like, well, this a lot of the times in the British shows allows me to think a little more and trust what's being laid out here. And I think they're beautifully produced. The music is a lot better. The editing cuts are a lot better. Everything about it, I think, is just more mature, and it's not safe for advertisement dollars. Like here's a like a difference in aesthetics. I think like when I watch Breaking Bad, which I love Breaking Bad. But there are parts of Breaking Bad that are just unnecessary. Like if you watch, you guys have all seen Breaking Bad.
Yes.
You know the scene where,
ago.
Yeah. So it's in one of the early episodes where they have to like get rid of a body, and it's in the bathtub upstairs, and they end up like pouring acid into the thing or whatever, and it's like it's too gruesome. It didn't need to be that. Like you could do so much more without having to show all the gruesomeness. Like, and as that show developed, I think it got better at trusting the audience and being able to tell. I mean, there was still quite a bit, gruesome sections in that show, but always when I think shows are doing it best is when they trust their audience the most, and then they just rely on really great story and the editing. So yeah, it's like the Jaws thing. You don't have to show them the shark, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got.
I was thinking something about going back to the BBC shows. There is something very specific about the British humor. There is a series called Philomena Kang. I don't know if you ever. Yeah, that's really funny, man.
Love her.
Yeah, yeah. And she actually delivers all these deadpans like with a straight face. And there was a particular episode with one of the panelists of the Jordan Peterson Gospel series and the Exodus series. That guy with the voice.
Headley.
Headley. Yeah.
Headley.
Yeah, that one was like a exceptional. So yeah.
Yeah, there's one with Tom Holland too. I saw that pop up on my algo recently.
Okay, we'll check that one out. Awesome. And going back to the whole propaganda topic, which is vast, I very recently I was going through the library of my dad, and I found a book from Britain, and it was targeted to health inspectors for the tropical regions. For some reason, because Cyprus was a colony of the Brits, we also got that one. And it was like a first edition of that book. And I realized that when you went to the education part, they actually enlisted propaganda as a good tool. And during the next editions, they realized that we should it will be better if we remove that part. So you can only find it to that first edition. So.
Yeah, wouldn't want the populace knowing, wouldn't want to teach kids at an early age that they're under risk of being manipulated constantly.
Yeah.
And there's something to that. There's something to not giving away the kayfabe, because then it can kind of trigger people into becoming super neurotic, and then everything becomes something to look out for, which obviously it is, like, because I remember one time I was talking about I was sharing how, like, the new Tom Hanks wrote a couple of books that were really good. I really liked them a lot, and Afrael was like, how do you know he wrote them? I was like, because it says he's the author, and he's like, I wouldn't trust it. And I was like, and it started getting me upset, because I'm like, it says right there he wrote the thing, and he's like, well, a lot of times actors will pay other people, blah blah blah. And it's like, now I have to like be suspicious that Tom Hanks didn't write this book, when at the very least, the point is the book was damn good, and I don't know. So it's just, yeah, stuff like that. Anyways, I should probably
Yeah, that kind of thing is very annoying. You wish that you could just trust everything. But I don't know.
I have that.
But it's also there's also like a cynicism that's kind of distrustful of everything, and that's definitely not the way to go. So yeah, I think it's kind of, you should believe your eyes until somebody convinces you that it's not true, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
but
I really hope that I don't ever lose that feature. And it probably is a character flaw. And I'm not saying this. This isn't a pat on my own back. I just, like, I've noticed how I approach people and how I see people, and ever since I can remember, I've more or less felt like I have an assumption that the people that I'm talking to are good people all the time, until I see otherwise, right? Yeah, I don't. Now that's different though. People are different than, like, if I see like a news broadcast or something. Now I'm suspicious, right? So I'm not like that with people as much, or maybe I should be. you know.
Yeah, it's like I think that's really the be wise as serpent, innocent as dove rub right there, because you like to be innocent as a dove means that you're not walking around basically just assuming that everybody you come into contact with is lying to you and could potentially ruin your life or the life of those who you love. But then on the other hand, to walk around as if none of those people are out there also seems to be a mistake.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, I used to operate under the pessimistic assumption. Like everybody that I've encountered was like evil, let's say, until they prove wrong, prove otherwise. And I remember I made the conscious decision when I was around 25 years old. I wanted to make a really good gift to myself. And I said, okay, flip that around. Like, start encountering people with optimism. Like, they are good until they show you other things. So, yeah, that was one of the most helpful things I ever done in my life. So, it was cool.
People in the comments must think you've got a fake beard. They think you're Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob could never grow a beard like that if he wanted to. Or maybe they're talking about Chad. No. That's definitely a fake beard.
What?
Actually, Chad's beard's definitely real. That's a real beard, everyone.
That was fun. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your BritBox.
Can't wait to hear the final song.
Yeah, I was just putting your parts in. I haven't heard them yet, obviously, but we'll probably listen to it here shortly. Sweet. Oh, looks like we've got another visitor, Yoav. Welcome aboard, sir. Chad, thanks for stopping by. You can leave whenever you want.
Good to see you guys. Toodles.
Bye. Hello, Yoav.
Hi. So the story I bring, you were talking about the BBC. I wasn't never much of a consumer of the BBC. But I remember, I'm old. I remember the day when BBC was the standard of, hi Cassandra, the standard of objective and balanced and intelligent reporting. My affair was with The Economist, the journal Economist. Do you know it? You heard of it? No reply. You can see there's any newsstands, like in airports or on the street, you can see a magazine called The Economist. It used to be the best newspaper in the world for decades. And I married into it. My wife's family were reading it, were subscribed to it ever since. So after my marriage, I started reading The Economist. I was impressed by the quality of the writing. You pay quite a hefty fee for subscription for The Economist. I enjoyed it for a long period. And then there was some change of ownership. And of course, they assured us that the high level is going to be kept. And don't worry about the change of ownership. It means nothing. And then things started to go downhill, slowly at first and rapidly later. Technology came. So at the beginning, it was just a newspaper. Paper. It arrives at your door, sometimes late because they have to deliver it to Israel. So it got delayed by a week or two, but never mind. And then they moved to a technology of podcast. There were people reading the articles, and I could hear them over the fledgling technology of the time, iPod or whatever. And something went wrong there. Yeah, the atomic mouse on the screen now. It's okay because
I like the square look better than the triangle.
yeah, fine with me. Sometimes the articles in the Economist could be quite sharply anti-Israeli. But you can always argue that criticism of any government is justified, and sometimes Israel is a lot of time in the news, so there's a lot of time reason for some criticism of Israel, and I always accepted it. Until I started hearing the podcast, when I started to hear it being read aloud. What you hear is the emotion of the reader, the professional reader, when it reads the article. And then I started to hear that it's masquerading as an objective anti-government, anti-Israeli government article, but you can see the emotion seeping through the voice of the person reading the article. I said, oh yeah, nothing new. And then I read some criticism of the Indian government that was blatantly untrue. And I could say, well, it's not my emotional or my bias that is makes me suspicious of the Economist. When I read an article about some third party like the Indian government, I can see how they're starting to distort the truth. And it started going downhill. And then the technology of the talkbacks came in, the comment section, the hive mind. So the Economists moved online, and online there will be commentators like they are here, and they will add their insight into below the article of the Economist. Most news outlets, the comments will be junk, like on Twitter or even sometimes on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, Hive Mind is pretty much all junk. You can disregard what everybody says down there when you're here, just so you know.
Not so in the case of the Economist magazine, because it was subscription only and the price was quite hefty. And the kind of readership they had is businessmen or intellectuals or the Economist reader is of a high class. This is why I'm married into a family of Economist readers, of course. So the quality of the comments were bulky and well thought of and well formulated. Gradually, I moved from reading the articles to reading the talkbacks, the comments. So there will be an article about a certain subject. I will just skip the article because it will be quoted in the comments anyway, and we'll just go on reading the comments. And that worked for a while until they started to censor the comments. Because if somebody mentions the N-word in a comment, then of course you have to censor it. And if somebody said something that is blatantly untrue in the eyes of the editor, then you have to censor it, etc., etc., etc. My wife subscribes to The Economist to this day. I don't. And then I was looking for alternative channels. I was looking for alternative places where intelligent people are posting their comments. And here I am.
Yeah, my theory on that is you got to go where the political cartoons are the funniest.
Yeah. I was gonna say that very similar to what Yoav was saying about The Economist. I used to be a subscriber of HBR, the Harvard Business Review, for almost 2 decades, and at some point, I was mostly interested into the letters that the subscribers were sending, and they were included into the magazine than the actual articles. So the quality of the articles went really down, and then I realized that even that was getting censored. So I ended up only realizing that I was going through the magazine just for the funny political cartoons and the business cartoons and all of that, because I like that particular illustrative style. So yeah, I canceled my subscription for that reason.
So both of you guys kind of found your way here as a result of it being less censored than the mainstream. I mean, I'm familiar with The Economist too. I just didn't respond earlier. Sorry, I was trying to do some other stuff. But yeah, I censored Marcher earlier, and I did it for the very same reason that the Economist wanted to censor their comment section, which I'm trying to make the big bucks here. Hit that Ko-Fi link, donate to McMo. I'm trying to be as big as The Economist so that I can one day censor the N-word just like they do. But honestly, my opinion on censoring is very much like case by case. What's the vibe of the room? If if somebody's going to throw out racial slurs or something like that as a joke, if it's just me and a bunch of young people who are the telos is to have fun, then that's one situation. But when there are people who are older than me, who I feel responsibility to respect and honor, I'd much rather the conversations be something that I could learn from rather than just joking around. But when there's nobody in the conversation that I can learn from, I think it's my tendency is to be more of a silly goose. Not that I can't be silly with the older, I can make the older guys laugh as good as the younger ones, but it's certainly a kind of reading of the room, I guess you can say. But I don't know how that necessarily. Well, I guess you could make a connection that those larger magazines like The Economist, they failed to read the room because they were just looking around the room for stuff to censor, and they actually missed that there was a potent switch in how people were feeling in regards to, and the more you do that, the less trust you can have in an institution like that, right? Like you can't trust what they're saying if everything's getting or so much is getting censored.
Yeah, and I think it also has with the different levels of political correctness that are getting employed in the United States as compared to Europe and other regions. So,
is it more or less? And then I'd also be interested in Yoav's opinion of the amount of censorship that happens in Israel, because there is a sense in which there's a sense in which the censorship, it's very difficult inside of the bubble to understand the form of the bubble.
Okay, there isn't. History. Israel was formed by parties, each with very strong ideology. So the left, right, or whatever struggle is built into the country. And each of the many parties will have its own newspaper. So if I belong, let's say, to the Workers' Party, then I will, one of the many Workers' Parties, I will read their newspaper, and we mind controlled by choice, by the party of my choice. So, of course, every newspaper held firmly the party line, but you had a selection of them, all through the spectrum. And then, with the demise of newspapers, newspaper industry got centralized into one or two newspapers that look alike. The right got very gently but firmly pushed aside by the left in those mainstream newspapers. And television came late, like say circa 1970, and was the state, the one-channel state television at the beginning. But there was a consensus. There was nothing much to censor because not too many secrets to hide. If you really want to go on the extreme, there always will be the fringe party with the party sponsored, like the Communist Party. There all will be the fringe party newspaper to read if you really wanted it. Let's say if you are ultra religious, you don't have television in your house, and you only read whatever the rabbis allow you to read. So it is self-selected self-censorship. And then Bibi Netanyahu, being on the right and noticing that he has no stage in its own state-controlled media, looked for alternative channels, and there appeared free newspaper you could pick up on the street that will be, okay, so the mainstream line will be the left, and the fringe will be the right, but it will be the moderate, like the ruling party, moderate right. Of late, there arrived further to the right religious television channels. Religious in this, so much as religious as they don't broadcast on the Saturdays and Jewish holidays. So, and they go right of the government, criticizing the government from the right. So at the moment, you have very sharply anti-government mainstream leftish media, as it is in the US, very strong, independent, religious right-wing media. So there is no censorship. Of course, these are war times and there is military censorship. But you can see the news, the reporters fighting against it. I mean, the reporters are limited by the orders of the military censorship, but are not financed by it. So they are pushing against it whenever they think it's important enough. And if they caught the military channels in a lie, which happens once or twice, not a lot, then after a suitable delay, they will report, yes, last year they were lying to you and we will not be able to tell you about that at the time, but here we are now telling you about that. And let's
well, if you know, I think there's a lot of people in my generation that are going to find it hard to believe parts of what you were talking about in regards to the parliamentary system and there being enough kind of dynamic tension within the factions and enough kind of what is it that economists are always incentives. There's enough incentives between the warring factions to keep the other ones honest. And so maybe you escape the particular problem of the kind of mono party that is crumbling right now in the USA. But I'm not so sure that the mono party and the fact of propaganda and censorship and a kind of constrained and designed public narrative, I think that it would be, which acknowledging that there would be some who just would flat out not believe you. I do believe you that there was a sense of that. I'm just wondering if the power of the there's a couple of ways you could look at it. You could look at it as if the power of propaganda was so powerful that you didn't even know it was happening, or it could be so weak that you could tell that it wasn't. You felt like you had clear and a clear view of what was going on. But in my mind, as somebody who's just grown up in a much higher level of propaganda, it's hard to even envision a reality in which the powers that be were not trying to assert control over, regular old folks like us. But Ups, you came back.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure that nobody's going to believe me, but just look up the name Channel 14. There is Channel 14 on YouTube. It has its, every television channel has its channel on the YouTube as well, as it happens nowadays. So there is the Israeli Channel 14 as a television channel, as a radio station, and on YouTube. Look it up. Look up who are the owners, where is the money coming from, who are the advertisers. Whoever is interested can look it up, but don't bother. It's not important enough.
Ups, where do you get your news now? Do you have a system or a couple of channels you trust, or what's that look like for you?
Okay, so basically, I started when I was like 25 years old, or let's say 30 years old. I was focusing on Deutsche Welle as my news source. Soon after, I realized that it wasn't good enough because it was just propagating centered to right-wing type of news. I then decided to make a change in terms of news acquisition, and I tried to, how to put it into good words, to optimize my social media accounts so I will get all the news. So I tried to do that almost 7 years ago with YouTube, and it worked pretty well. With Facebook, it doesn't work because the platform doesn't allow you to do it. With Twitter, I received some good results at first, but recently I had to redo it. I don't know, probably due to the acquisition from Elon Musk and turning the platform to X. I am not fully happy with using X as my news source, but it is the most immediate. Like if something happens, you will learn it for sure there first. So as I can describe my whole news acquisition process is like a whole model. So I have like a Twitter for the emergent things. I have like some very specialized sources, like there is a website called GTACS that has to do with natural catastrophes and all of that. So early warning systems, and I take that from there. And everything else comes from the YouTube algorithm, basically. And I'm happy how it works. And I am really interested how the algorithm, like my YouTube algorithm, gets aligned with the algorithm of others within TLC. So that's an interesting thing to explore.
Yeah, I wish there was, this is where my kind of experimental brain goes out, where I'm like, you'd almost need, it'd have to be either more totalitarian or it'd have to be way more kind of free market, everything works with everything kind of a thing. I guess that's not even free, that's like anarcho-capitalist or something. But the idea of being able to change some of those knobs a little easier, specifically on YouTube, of like, you can actually do it on Spotify. You can have playlists on Spotify where you can say like, "Hey, don't include this in my like algorithmic recommendations," and something like that would be interesting if you could also say like, "Hey, I want to get a certain percentage of Ups's algorithm, and a certain percentage of Nico's algorithm," and like that would be very interesting, and it would be interesting to kind of just have a tab that was like the TLC algorithm. Right, where it's like these are the videos that we've been serving up to all of the people in this Peterson sphere little corner.
Yeah, what I find very interesting, and by the way, that's a great idea to have these different types of custom-made algorithms to serve your needs, your individual needs. That's great. What I find fascinating is this interaction between the algorithm of Discord with the algorithm of YouTube. And I am convinced that you can DM someone on private mode on Discord, and the YouTube algorithm will respond. So I don't think there is any formal acquirement made by Google or Tencent, but I am almost convinced that there is like a background agreement between the two for sharing data. So in a way, you can manually fool the algorithms to optimize it. Hey,
Jonathan, the newly banned person from YouTube. Is your channel back yet, bro? What's going on? I missed you. I missed your videos.
Yes. No, it is not back yet. Hopefully it'll be back soon.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. Indeed. I'm just hoping. I just have my fingers crossed, hoping it's coming back soon.
Well, welcome, sir. Did you come with you come in just to hang, or did you have
I
some?
just came to hang. Yeah, I just came to hang.
Sick, dude.
I was
Thank
thinking
you for
of
coming
actually.
and hanging.
I was thinking about putting up like a link. I was gonna make a big group with all the various people that I've spoken with, and just like be like, "Hey, I'm gonna put a link in 30 minutes. Feel free to join." But then I was like, "Wait, Big Mo is streaming. I'll just hang out with Big Mo."
Yeah, you could just chill here.
Yeah.
Tyler
goes
says,
this on this? I didn't
Tyler
know
says you're the Kodak Black of the corner.
Oh shit! I don't know what that means.
Kodak Black.
Jonathan, it's always great to see you, man.
You too, man. How you been?
I'm all right.
Nice.
Yeah, Macmo, just to going back to that question you asked me some time ago, I do believe that United States is far more into the political correctness than Europe. So that's how I feel.
Is that in terms of like the everyday person or the governments, or what do you mean at like what level, or all of the above?
I find myself while interacting with people from the United States that I have to censor myself sometimes. So yeah,
that's pretty funny to me. We used to be the crass ones that didn't fit in the high society of Europe, and now who's high society now? Europe. Well, Jonathan, we were just talking about, honestly, we were kind of talking about propaganda and censoring, and where do you get the news from that you can trust, and my gut tells me that you're like, the only news I trust is from the stars, baby.
It's like that. I saw a meme. It's like, where you didn't cite your sources, and it's like, my dreams, my revelations in my dreams, or I forget how the meme goes. It's like the only valid source. Yeah. Yes, that is definitely a topic I care about. I think there's lots of censorship and such. I think everybody in the corner knows what it's like to be kind of shunned for talking about certain things. Yeah. The times we live in.
Yep, you said it, brother. The thing I get censored the most about.
We can summon McMo.
I want to talk about which.
What is it? It's all you have to do is say Kierkegaard.
Kierkegaard. See if he stops in the chat later.
I like that.
Yeah, they're always trying to hate on me because I bring up Kierkegaard.
Yeah, I've been like gradually learning more about Kierkegaard, and
yeah, the crowd is untruth.
That's right. The crowd is the untruth.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of things I resonate with Mr. Kierkegaard on, but I'm not really, I don't know. I wouldn't say I have a good handle on his philosophy. I heard somewhere, I forget where I heard it. Somebody said, oh, it was, did you see Chris Waves of Obsession? His,
yes. Excellent. It was excellent.
Yeah, dude, wasn't that good? It was freaking great. And I think he coined the phrase, the reason you can't handle the truth is because the truth doesn't have handles.
Yeah, he's very much a Gandalf figure in the way that I feel like he pokes his head out every so often with just like amazing work, and then he kind of goes back into the shadows and cooks and ponders and cooks and thinks and lives.
Sure.
Yeah, near the end of that latest excellent video that Chris put out, he also has a poem, and there was one line, man, it really stood out to me. Busy is the modern mind with masks of information.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Masks of information.
Yep. Okay, I got to bounce. Thank you, McMo. Thank you, Jonathan.
Nice to see you, Wayne.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Ups. This is probably late for you, so good evening, sir. Good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Good day, sir.
Speaking of the K-Dot of the corner, did you guys see on X that Kale Zeldin said that he did not like Kendrick Lamar? I could not believe all the bad takes he's had. I think this is a new low, Mark S., welcome, sir. What say you? Do you come to hang, or do you have something on your mind, sir?
Well, I just tuned in a minute ago, and you kind of did your little program break saying that you're talking about censorship and where do we get our information. And so I don't know what we've been talking about up till then, but I've been thinking about that a little bit.
Well, please enlighten us.
Well, just for myself, so I'm 41, so
no need to brag.
I remember that. I remember the 90s well, at a time when it's like you had Republicans and Democrats, and they sort of respectfully argued, sort of, but it was like we're all in it together, and we're all in America together at that time. It seemed like, right? It's like Bill Clinton, even conservatives would be like, well, he's a terrible person, but he did some good things. And then I don't know what when it started to change, but I don't know, after the Trump era, and YouTube and all these internet sites really started to blow up. It's like you can, all of a sudden, the concept of fake news was out there, and then alternative news was out there. And so you kind of get snippets of maybe what the real story is about different topics. And so the past 8 years, since about 2017 or so, it's like I've switched. Like, where do I get my quote unquote real news? Do I go to like the alt right? Do I go to the Marxist Leninists? Do I go to the paleocons? Do I just go to traditional conservative media? Do I go to liberal media? And then now at this point, I've arrived at like I have no idea, and I'm almost just going back to like I'll just scroll Google News to see what's going on because I don't trust even the people that don't trust ours. I feel like it's all so obfuscated and confused that it's like
what would it take for you to learn to trust again, Marcus?
Well, that's why I go to church because that's the only trust I can have, you know.
Take the world, but give me Jesus.
That's right, brother.
Type shit.
Well, basically, I mean, yeah, I don't. Do I even need to trust? That's the thing. I don't even know if I need to. Like, I don't need to know what really happened in this helicopter crashing into a jet. You know, like I don't know. I'll never know. We'll never know. You know, like everything just gets memory hold, and it's just like, oh well, if I die, I die. I've kind of already come to terms with that. You know, so what's the worst that can happen?
I think that everything done in darkness will be brought to the light, and it's a good reminder on both ends of that. If you're doing stuff in the darkness, you know, don't be so sure that it's not going to get exposed to those whom you'd be most shamed by. But also, when we're kept in the dark in certain ways, it's also a good encouragement that, you know, every secret will be revealed in due time. In due time.
Yeah, I think that is reassuring. You know, one day we're going to like find out what was really going on, and it's probably going to be pretty surprising. It's probably going to be pretty shocking. You know.
Yeah, when you guys realize my government name, it's going to blow your minds.
What is it?
It's McMosap, bro. Don't question it.
What comes to my intuition? What comes to my intuition is to like refine one's intuition, perhaps, because it's like I don't know, and it kind of fits with the idea that everything shall be revealed. Because like at least one of the ways that I think about that is that it's like as people develop these like what do you want to call them, noetic faculties, spiritual sensitivities, etc. That these things will be more evident to us, such that like, you know, people will be the truth of situations and the people and situations we encounter will be able to perceive the logos in them, or usually like the through line or something. So like and that would only happen for people who are like kind of godly in that regard. Like it's a virtuous spiritual growth type of endeavor. But I bring it up just in the sense that like I think as things become more confusing and chaotic, maybe the best thing we could do is just to like you know, get really, like Mo said, like just kind of to have that trust. But it's also to trust yourself, you know. It's like to be, of course, we don't want to just be like completely on your own. Don't go, you know, don't rely on any sort of relations of trust. But I think there's something about our time that really calls us to be rooted in our own intuitive perceptions and stuff like that. You know.
Yes, I think I do disagree. However, I don't mean this to be like a pushback. It's just, you know, sometimes it's interesting how different people are view these types of things differently. But I'm very skeptical of myself. What I tend to be more trustworthy of is a good God and a merciful God and an all-powerful God and an all-knowing God. So like, in a sense, I guess I don't really need to trust myself in the way that you're kind of talking about. Because when I think of trusting yourself, I do think about the type of person who has either self-hatred or fear of the other, right? Like those are both ways of erring, I think, that the idea of trusting yourself can be helpful in, right?
I don't
Like
know
if
if I
you're
would phrase it as trust yourself. I would more so say like to develop your intuition in the sense of like intuition as an organ of perception, kind of like with imagination, where it's like something that is actually like an epistemological faculty or something like.
Yeah. I do think that there's everything needs to be done in a balance, right? Because if you're trusting your intuition, like here's somebody who really trusts their intuition, Kanye West. And
It worked for him for a while.
I don't know. I think it's kind of a words that fudge type of thing. Like I think you know what I mean in the sense that like you have to be able to see through. I don't know, because on the one hand, I know what you're saying, Mo. That it's like you have to just have faith, and you don't always have to know exactly what's going on. Sometimes it's better to just be like, I don't know what's going on, but I trust that it'll be fine. But I think there is something to be said for like, having some sort of, it's like it's good to know what day of the week it is, right? It's like just for practical purposes.
Yeah, and I'm also often absurd, so I do think that there's a sense in which knowing and unknowing kind of dance together, and so there's and that doesn't leave out the kind of idea of intuition at all. But and maybe what I'm doing is I'm more so wanting to make sure that intuition does not become the most important perception device, if you want to think of it that way, or perception affordance, but that we would treat all of those kind of affordances humbly and with a kind of like a child, where it's like yeah. And honestly, I think that that's not like a crazy idea. Like I do think that there's a sense of like Taoism or contemplation with that, where it's the kind of like quieting of the mind that happens in flow state. And I think that if you're thinking too hard about, or if you're focusing too hard on some particular, then you can miss out on the flow state. But now, as I'm hearing myself say that, I'm not sure if I quite worded that correctly. Yoav, you've been quiet for a while. You got any thoughts on flow state, or trusting our intuitions, the signs of the times? What do you think?
That connects to my long speech about reading The Economist. Of course, I am trusting my intuition, like everybody else. One goes on with one's life always according to one's gut feeling. But I am on a mission to look for external sources of information, trustworthy sources of information. For example, I was reading The Economist on the assumption that businessmen cannot stand up to lies. If you're reading The Economist, you are typically a businessman looking for the true state of the economy, because you have skin in the game, because you have investments or your future investments, you have decisions to make, and the Economist depends on the trust of those businessmen in its true reporting. So I had this a priori supposition that businessmen do not lie. And that doesn't work. At the moment, one has to find a handle on the truth. I want to handle the truth. I'm looking for handles. So the other handle that I'm looking for are wars. Wars do not lie. You can hide the truth for propaganda is what you do. in wars in order to hide the truth momentarily, the truth comes out always at the end of the world. You always know who was the stronger, who was the weaker, who has the better leadership, who has the better economy, who has the better ideology. So we have a war going on for some years in the Ukraine. There are several channels that cover it. Let's say there's Defense Politics Asia, and he's a guy with some kind of intelligence military experience from Singapore. And I can trust that he has no skin in the game. He's a Chinese person in Singapore. He doesn't particularly root for the Ukrainians or for the Russians or for whatever. And he has a channel, and he's depending on donations like you guys. He needs to prove yourself. He has to prove himself as a useful and trustworthy source of information in the face of harsh competition. The problem that he's down there in Singapore, he doesn't understand much about the Slavic culture, he doesn't understand the language, he doesn't understand the people very much. So I have another source of information. His Dima from a military channel is from the Belarus. So he's sort of close enough to understand what's going on, far enough to be considered impartial. At least he can pronounce the place names right. And in the last few years, I've been listening to them at least twice a day. And this is World War. I mean, it's not about a local dispute between the state of Russia and the state of the Ukraine. Everybody's involved with that. Name a country anywhere in the world, and it's either supporting this side or donating weapons to the other side. And the world is going on, and truth is emerging. No matter what was the state of propaganda at the beginning or in the last year, by nature of war, being a physical thing on the ground, truth is emerging. And I should reset my conception of how the world is being managed accordingly. Of course, by the end of the day, it's always my gut feeling or my conscious or whatever biases that I have. But I'm making sure that to keep those always fed up with real, on-the-ground, undisputable information.
I think it's... Oh. You're muted, Mo.
Yeah, I was gonna wait for you to say something. Just wanted to welcome Joe. Hey, Joe.
Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Salud.
Okay, I have to go. Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Yoav. Thanks for hanging.
To tag on to what he was saying, I think that maybe these things are not like so separate. The idea of like almost like a gut feeling / intuition, like the information out in the world, and also the idea of God kind of instructing us in some sense. Like it's kind of the idea, rather than using the word intuition, it's almost like the idea where God is telling you exactly what you need to hear at all times. So you have to get good at trusting in that regard, kind of like you were saying, Mo. But it's also like maybe that all the information you take out and kind of gets synthesized by our unconscious mind as well. And that, you know, like what kind of gets through our intuitions and stuff, like is, I don't know, it's also kind of like you were saying, like quieting the mind as well. And I don't know, you know, I just
can vibe with that. I can definitely vibe with that.
Yeah. Yeah, and also like synchronicities and such. I just watched Galahad put out a new video on his Substack, and he and it's like largely about this kind of synchronistic phenomenon, almost as a faculty that we can get better at in some sense, and yeah, like that idea of being able to discern true synchronicities, or like and exactly what God is telling you at any given moment, or something like that. Definitely seems, I don't know, to answer, I don't remember, his name was Mark there. That seems like, I don't know, at least that's how I've been thinking about this descent into, confusion when it comes to like what's real in the news and stuff like that.
Tunji, you are looking quite elegant, sir, in your Sunday best. I must say, you look put together. You look handsome, sir. Welcome. Thank you for
that's
dressing
the only
up to the
reason
party.
why stuff. Yeah, that's what's all about. I was reading a commentary on St. Augustine today, and there is a part where he talk about the time, the concept of time, and you have memory, intuition, and anticipation. So that you have the past, the present, and the future is just let's put it that way, a construct in your mind, in a way. It's something real, but it's something that we can relate to in our mind. And the intuition part, I think it says intuition, and I would have thought about it as a perception. The present is what you perceive by your senses. But I guess that's the point, because intuition is relevance, realization. It's not everything that you perceive. It's the portion of what is perceivable that you actually deal with. But the problem is, it's another with trusting your own intuition. Is what do you mean by that? Because I think that when we say that we are going by intuition, we don't actually mean intuition. We actually mean judgment according to a limited amount of information that we have. So we never trust our own intuition. We always make decisions through judgment, and sometimes the judgment is on limited information.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking is like, I hate just to do this question, which I always despise when people ask about, like, what do we mean by intuition? And because I don't know, like, you have some guru who's that, like, or some really wise person who like dispenses advice to people, and then they think, wow, this man has powers. He prophesied into my exact situation. And then, like, the next thing you know, he has 50 followers, and he's like telling them that his intuition has decided that their wives should all like sleep with him, And it's like and I think a lot of these types of people believe that. And like, I don't think that intuition isn't real. I just think that those things can get so tied up in with our desires and all these other motives that sometimes like discerning the intuition is, first of all, I don't know exactly what that means, even though I kind of do, because I think it's something beyond explanation to a certain degree. But on the other hand, it's like not, I don't completely trust my own intuition for one reason, because people who say that act like it's easy, like people always talk about, oh, I had a feeling and I just did it and it was the right thing. But is intuition even a feeling? Is it an emotion? And also, like, when did I want to hear stories of people not trusting your intuition, like they had an intuition and they went against it. Is that, you know, is that even a thing? Because I think I have. I can tell you times that I don't even want to talk about that I went
Yeah.
against my intuition,
I
and
think that
looking
going
back, it was
Yeah. I think you're really kind of pointing to something interesting, because there is a sense in which there's intuition as our kind of perception of the present, like Tunji was saying, the other guy was saying, Augustine was saying. That's kind of a new idea to me. I'd have to chew on that a little bit more. It's very interesting, but there's also a sense that kind of, because it's interesting because it kind of I think it played well with what Jonathan was saying about intuition. And what's coming up for me is that idea that, like Gabriel said in the comments, which is it being kind of related to like trusting your gut. And then I remember this is being a little bit confused, because what's also tied into that memory is the idea of the understanding of where the heart was in the like original translations of the Bible or whatever, that when it says like so and so believed in his heart, sometimes that means like he believed in his guts, or you could translate it as those types of things. But then it also made me think of the verse, the heart is deceitful above all things. And so that way in which desire can kind of get twisted up into whatever we mean by intuition, so as to kind of manipulate it, and instead of kind of being obedient and letting reality kind of happen, we start wanting to reach out and grasp and create kind of a structure to impose on it. I don't know. That's what was coming up for me. Joe, you haven't said anything. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for asking, my good sir. I would add on to Jonathan's idea that training your intuition is a good idea, and kind of like the opposite of what Tunji was saying. That's Tunji, right?
Yep.
And oh yeah, I could have just read it in chat. You're not just you're already using your intuition already, even if you think you're not. It goes both ways. So humans are not purely rational beings. And to go back to Jonathan's idea, sort of add on to that, the training the intuition should be like added to diversity of community, and then comparing perspectives on what's going on from various sources, and then
Collective is
collective intuition.
Collective.
But how do you train intuition? That's actually not a trivial question, and it's not a new question, because people in sport, they understand that there is a level of, like in chess, there is a level of skill that is not simply studying the game. For somebody comes more natural than others. So okay, there is something called intuition that gives an advantage. So let's train that. Yeah. Before you get to that point, you have to first clarify what it is. Otherwise, you cannot even approach it. So it sounds reasonable. Yeah, we should train intuition. But if you don't have a definition of what it is, that is functional definition, not simply an idea that puts a name on something that we don't know what it is. Once you have a functional definition, then you can see what works, what make it increase, what make it decrease. Otherwise, it's just again, what you can train is you can get more knowledge, and you can get better decision through your knowledge. And then if you become really good, for instance, at something, like in sport again, your speed of action becomes so much faster than your actual connection between the brain and the muscle. So in that sense, yeah, you get to a speed that is faster than simply reasoning, but you are still training not intuition. You're training your whole self to make the right decision faster. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that we should be. I think I agree with you too. I just think that we should make the caveat that like the sports is just an example, because the instinct is kind of judged. You know, the fruit is known by or the tree is known by its fruit in some sense. So there's an idea that like in order to train our intuition, we would need to be basically judging it with something that was either outside of our intuition, or else it would just be kind of a hopeless self-justification, right? And so the intuition as such seems to be conformed to the reality of that one exists in. And so if you know, you could have a wonderful intuition about which horse is going to win the race down in Kentucky, but if that never plays itself out, if it doesn't, if you don't take any action on it, then it's not that good. But then also, if you think that you're just like this fortune teller, it makes me think that you know, you're setting yourself, pride cometh before the fall. So there seems to be something about humility involved with that, and something of the kind of being conformed not to the patterns of this world, but to the good. So, Mark, welcome. What have you to say, sir? I couldn't make heads or tails of your comment. It didn't quite seem like it was what we were talking about.
Partly being silly is what I was being.
Okay.
I didn't come to blow up your stream either. So my intuition is to stay home and not go to church, but I'm probably going to go to church in a couple minutes. I think Mark's right. I think there's when do I not follow my intuition? I don't really. I follow my moral center, whatever, regardless of whatever I am feeling. At least I try to. And in terms of intuition, my intuition tends to probably want to pull me away from my moral center more often than not, if I just follow it. But I do wait prayerfully. Like I said yesterday, I am happy clappy in that I do wake up expecting to hear from God every day. And so that's where I guess we're talking about training intuition. That's where I suppose
So you've submitted your intuition to what you see as your moral center.
Yeah, I'm probably more ethically driven than anything else, which makes me a bit of a legalist, I guess. And whatever words they want to put to that, but yeah.
Boomer.
Another word that comes to mind is conscience. And like, I don't want to get too hung up on the intuition word, because like, I don't know, I would probably prefer like a constellation or something, but then as Galahad would describe, but the conscience also brings in like how Peterson talked about the individuation process. And I also think like maybe even the terminology of theosis is relevant, perhaps, such that insofar as we are able to accord with our conscience, and be kind of, I'm also reminded of the terminology of the natural will and the gnomic will, like insofar as we can be vessels of that natural willing, which is ultimately the will of God happening through us, in a sense, like that's theosis, and when that's in those states, like that's kind of I'm no expert in this, but I would say it's probably like that's when we have the flow state where we're perceiving what we need to perceive and we're responding appropriately to the things around us, and that is like it is kind of a trusting, but it's ultimately like, it's not. And I think the individuation process entails like first going through the stages of, like, it would be to train your discernment insofar as like, I don't know, at least in the Jungian individuation process, that would be like the shadow, and then like the anima and the archetypes, and like dealing with these things such that you're like an individuated, I don't know, like in touch with the conscience or the intuition or however we want to put it in, like.
Yeah, the conscience is kind of wrapped up in like an idea of like self-awareness as well, which I'm not sure. You know, my intuition. What is my intuition telling me about myself that I can think of as self-consciousness or self-awareness or self-knowledge? These can be tricky waters.
Yeah, it's all freaking terminology, dude. English is difficult sometimes.
Tunji, say it in a different language so that we can imagine that it's
coscienza,
simpler, that the words are
la
the problem.
coscienza e l'intuizione.
What language is that?
Italiano. When the moon
Yeah.
hits the light like a big piece of pie, that's Tunji.
I didn't know you're from Italy. That's cool. I have relatives that live in Italy. My mom's side of the family often speaks Italian.
I didn't listen close enough to be sure that it was Italian.
If we
I
add the
assumed.
spiritual dimension to it, it gets even more complicated.
Many such cases. Uh-oh. What do we have here?
Hey, everybody, get the hell out of here, Mark. I need your spot. You're supposed to go to church anyway. Not you, Marquez. That one. Yeah. God bless you.
Wow, what self-sacrifice, Mark. Grim command. The general commands.
Wow.
The deputy.
Small for my narcissism.
Been there, brother.
Great. This is exactly what I was hoping for. I was gonna invite all sorts of people. They were gonna show up.
We do this every week. Where you been, John?
This is also true. I think I missed my local estuary again this month.
No wonder you're lonely. No wonder.
Hey, who says
Me. I just did.
Hey, who you calling lonely there, Buster?
I'm out of touch.
Definitely, it's hard to find such weirdos to relate with, as we all know.
Joe, you can turn off your camera before you do that.
Should I?
Maybe if McMo wants big time. I think that's.
We're not big time yet. I don't care about big time fame. I just want that big time money, So
I mean, just the favor of the algorithm.
Don't sacrifice the bag, Joe.
But Mo, I think you are what they call a big fish in a small pond.
No, Mark. I'm just.
It's a nice pond. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad pond. It's just
I'm not a fish.
Pond.
This isn't a pond. I am a star, and just because I'm not far from the horizon now doesn't mean that I won't be shooting all through the sky. My star is on the rise. It's moving slowly, but it's on the rise.
Speaking of which, you
sometimes it just takes.
Time, right?
Sorry, what was that, Grim?
You go to Vegas all the time, right?
About once a year.
Oh, okay. I'm going in March, the first week of March. Anybody going to be in Vegas around the first week of March? We should do something.
I remember we did a call while you were in the labyrinth of Las Vegas looking for a store.
Yep. I went on a walk after I got out of the airplane to kind of loosen up my back after just hours of sitting in the same tiny seat. And Jonathan texted me. He was like, hey, do you want to record tonight? And I was like, can't do it, brother. I'm in the city of sin. But he basically virtually not alone chaperoned me as I trotted through the filth of the Las Vegas Strip.
Yes, I remember you were at the mini Eiffel Tower at one point.
Yes, yep. Walked right by it.
Kinda
Grim, what are
crazy.
you going to be doing in Vegas? You just hoping to do something that'll stay there?
My dad's getting married. I'm attending a wedding.
Oh, wow.
They usually don't plan them that far in advance in Vegas. I mean, isn't the whole point that you can just kind of go there at the last minute and do it there?
Yeah, but if you live there, it's different. The other side of my blood has been living on the Vegas streets this whole time. So, training intuition. I didn't mean to disrupt your guys' conversation. Let's get back to it. I have a deck of cards in my hand from the great and mighty the Firebird album, I think, of the those Pajot guys. It's from the Jux deck. A deck of cards. This one has the jokers. So by your power of your intuitions, like just feel around inside your intuitions and see what you come up with. I'm about to show a card. See if you can intuit what it's going to be. It's training. Now, you ready? Here it comes. Now, are you intuiting a card? Lock onto your intuition's guess. Because here's the big showing.
No. Well, we don't do that.
No, there'll be no sorcery or soothsaying or fortune telling on this stream, Grim.
I got it right. I am scared now. Now I am perplexed. This is really the card that I thought.
That was the card that you thought?
Yes.
That's great. The intuition unbeliever. The intuition skeptic guesses the card. That's perfect.
Yeah, so now what? But I was going to make a big argument about divination, and now I thought it's right. So what's
let us go around the board and speculate on what just happened. What do you think, Mo? What do you think happened in that? What went on there?
Without breaking kayfabe, I think that it was wonderfully written.
Jonathan.
With the card, with Tunji picking the card?
Yeah, Mr. Well, how do you train your intuition? And the one he thought of, the one
I think
his mind is the card that showed up. What do you think?
I think that's a very difficult question. But one thing that comes to mind, at least, is this idea of being able to sense possible futures or something like that, or like a retrocausality, such that the future is apprehendable to us, and that maybe Tunji just caught a little whiff from the future or something like that.
Joe, your speculation, please.
That sounds pretty good. What was the card?
The 3 of spades.
3 of spades.
3 of spades.
Does 3 have any importance to you, Tunji?
3 is a magic number. Yes, it is.
I really thought of a random one. I didn't thought of significance. I didn't pick my birthday.
Yeah, I think by the rules of the Old Testament, that means we have to throw Tunji overboard.
Yeah, I mean,
we're not around the board yet. We're not around the board yet. Mark,
he has intuitions. He's a witch.
What do you think, Mark?
I think that it was 100% just a materialistic coincidence, and also 100% metaphysical intervention.
Metaphysical intervention. I like that.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's divine. It was something.
A Mick metaphysical intervention on the Mick Mo stream. This type of magic you can only find. If you want Tunji to read your future, donate to the Ko-Fi link /McMosav.
That should be a new.
We'll get the
Tunji, I don't
mysterious handsome Italian to tell you what card's going to come out of the deck next.
I don't expect you to have many thoughts on what happened, Tunji, but because your mind's all blown right now.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you feel then? What? How does it feel for you right now? Having had this experience on the McMo stream.
Yeah, it's awkward. Yeah, I was ready for the opposite, but I have to recalibrate now. But if we do the experiment other 54 times, I should fail the other 54 times. So
that would be pretty wild.
54 should be
like 55 times. Just
reasonable.
Yeah, but this was
we are not
the
going to
only
do
time.
the experiment.
No, we're not. But now let me think. Let me think this through about what would happen. What would happen? The context, the narrative of what was going on. These guys were talking about there's that Rigel dude. You know, he's trying to stream on Valentine's Day. Anyway, they were talking about training intuition, and Tunji was the unbeliever. Like that's bullshit. There's no such thing. I'm a materialist atheist. There's no such thing as intuition. And what happened is the reason he believes that is because he's trapped in the shadow lantern axiom of fear. You see, because There's the memes going around like we have nothing to fear but fear itself, and then our greatest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. And so he had those protective barriers over his own powerful psychic powers, such that because he's scared of the responsibility
I'm
that
with
comes
it.
with the gift God has given him. And this was but since he's so powerful, since that's what he was thinking, it spun fate and made it. It's because of his mind and him holding that card in his mind that the card came out of the deck, I think.
I can see something like that, perhaps. Then that it also kind of fits with the I forgot what I was saying.
That all sounds well and good, but really, how do I get there? Okay, you said this whole beautiful thing, and I know many of you, especially out there on the YouTube channel, are going to say, you know, I have problems believing this stuff. Yeah, I get it. The thing is, a lot of people who say I have problems believing this stuff think that the way to answer those problems is by theory. And generally speaking, no. You just don't work that way. You don't ride a bike. You don't learn to ride a bike by theory. You don't learn to swim by theory. You can watch a lot of videos about swimming, but I promise you will not learn to swim without getting in water.
See, like when you guys make the premiere of the branding, I can see it being 2.5 minutes. But normally I need like a minute or 30-second size clips. So, you know, do your fancy premiere, but then also give me the
I'm glad you played that, Mo. It reminded me of what I was going to say. I was losing my train of thought. And now I've realized that there's so much more that could also be said, which is that it fits with what Grizz was saying about, you know, our power, our spiritual faculties, or something that what we most fear is the powers that we might possess or something of the sort, where that would also fit with what I was saying about the individuation process in the shadow, insofar as the way that Jung thought about the shadow is not that it's just all the parts of us that are no good, but it's all the parts of us that we just don't like to think about, basically, so that the shadow can also entail all these like great faculties or you know, attributes, traits, or whatever. So, and this goes with what a big phrase that I like for "from the shadow shineth light." You know, insofar as we confront our shadow, that's when the real development happens. I don't know. Curious things. Yes. I always like that one from Grimgris. The greatest. I forget you probably know the line better than I do, Joe. It's the greatest thing that we fear is the powers which if one man would only, I forget what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you quite got it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's a good one.
Yes. Yes. It appears we've lost Mr. McMosev.
I'm back.
Okay.
Had some technical difficulties on my side for some reason. And Grim went away.
Yay. Kind of a bummer.
Wow, look at that. A bounty out on Tunji's witchcraft. His intuition, making a fool out of him.
By the way, that's my argument was not against intuition. My argument was again the definition of it. I think that Augustine has a nice one. Was a nice one as basically the perception of the presence, the sensible. It's intuition. We have intuition of reality. That's perception itself. But the problem is, and there is the spiritual problem more seriously, because I think that is kind of serious, because people used to train their intuition, because of course if you can predict a card reliably, or maybe 51% of the time, you're going to be the richest man on earth very quickly. So people were trying to come with techniques that are reliably predicted. So, but that is what is called divination. The practice of you can say tapping into, it's either
like doing things because they're good luck.
Within. It's not simply like that. Yeah, that's more superstitions. You know, you don't know why you do it. You don't know why it seems to work, but you keep it doing because you kind of bind yourself to that thing, and then you cannot stop not doing it. It's actually a kind of binding. It's not really it has little to do with luck. But the other aspect is that, yeah, you can actually perfect or improve your divinatory skills. You do random stuff, and then you see if the things get better or worse, and you keep doing random stuff until you are better than other at that. So, and I'm saying that not to say that it's BS and doesn't work, but to make the opposite case. It actually works. It's actually a thing that it's a thing, but that's the problem. Who is making the card pop up? The right one. It's not me.
Are divinization skills something different than intuition, or are we calling that the same?
I would argue that is something different, because since we have a small definition of what intuition is, we put it together with this other practice that make it more powerful, more interesting.
I would argue that it's the same thing. It's like, imagine yourself floating in water, and though, like, having your head above water is using your intuition. So like we always have it, it's always on. But like the field it's an interaction between us and the field. And when it becomes divinization skills, you're still accessing the very same field, except you're doing it with intention to further ends. But in that sense, it is the same.
I think it would be helpful to just note that from a Christian perspective, sorcery or divination is one of the things in Revelation that's not allowed within New Jerusalem. And so there is going to be for some people a desire to separate intuition and sorcery or divination for that reason alone. And the argument would go something like, intuition seems like something we could have in New Jerusalem and or heaven, and or in our union with God. It seems like Christ had an intuition, and so that can't be the same as sorcery because of that reason. That's probably not the best argument to separate them, but that's the one that like came up in my kind of Christian cultural background, we'll say.
Well,
that's good, Mekmo, because that was my bias that maybe was not clear for everybody. I am the opposite of an atheist materialist. So my bias is from the other side against it.
I got a couple of things on that, though. Like
divination and astrology and such is one of those interesting things where it gets attacked by both materialists, atheists, and religious, more traditional people. I definitely see like how the dangers with the like fortune telling aspects and such. Have you all heard the Peugeots talking about divination? And that's been really interesting in my opinion. Like he equates it with like kind of basically like the role of Eve when she's doing her job properly is like the listening to the animals, whereas Adam names the animals. And it's something about like
If you could find that clip, I'll play it.
I would point you to my channel, but my channel is currently in the process of being restored, hopefully.
You don't have the pieces on your hard drive, bro?
I usually put them on an external hard drive. I might have it though. But anyway, that's kind of a thing, and I think also Jonathan Peugeot has talked about it in the context of AI, where it's kind of like I think it's kind of he's talked about like it's like listening. It's like divination in a sense, and but he's also talked about it in like the genie sense, where it's like it can give you whatever you want, and he analogized it to I don't think I have this. I don't think I have the clip, but it was from that recent one that he did. I could get it if you're really looking for it, but and how with AI it's like he analogized it to the Tower of Babel, where it's like when they can do whatever they want, and then like the problem is like you were saying, Tunji, it's not that it doesn't work, but it's that it works, and then why are you doing it in a sense? It's like, are you doing it for the right reasons or something like that? I think some of that conversation is relevant insofar as this is almost like a technology or a psychotechnology, like whether it's intuition or constellation or anything like that. But I also think there's a sense in which true, it really comes down to terminology. What do we mean by the words intuition and stuff? But I think there's a sense in which true intuition or something was only comes when people are aimed properly, or like are doing the spiritual development such that they can actually hear those things without like their complexes or shadow or something interfering with that kind of message from God in a sense. Like, so I don't know, just kind of playing with the idea of intuition, divination. It's all very interesting to me.
What do we think of Gabriel's comment here? Intuition as a set of trained, updatable if-then statements related to judgment in terms of response to input that make up a portion of the embodied identity.
I have to think about that for a while.
That's what I say also at the beginning. Yeah.
No.
That's what's trainable. But yeah.
I mean, I keep going back to.
What we are talking about here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no.
I mean, because intuition, if you ask like, what is it? I think my understanding would be that it's something that cannot be pinned down. Like it can't be formulated completely into like the scientific method. And so, in that way, it's almost like it's beyond our control. Anyway, I'm multitasking. I can't hold a thought. I'm going to pass.
That connects pretty well with what I've been thinking about saying for a minute here. I would say that you don't get to choose when it works necessarily, and it comes through you, not from you.
Yeah, I think
that's the Holy Spirit, not intuition. What the heck? You say
I reminded of
there, Joe?
I remember. I know Rudolf Steiner talked about imagination, intuition, and inspiration as like these things we would develop almost as like organs of perception in a sense. And it's kind of like how people in the corner have talked about different ways of knowing, like participation as like such that imagination is a way of actually knowing. Like if I'm able to imagine what it's like to be Grimgriz in this moment, I can actually know Grimgriz better. I can know Grimgriz better by doing that, and it's like I think it's kind of the same with intuition, where it's like insofar as I can intuit what my deep mind or my higher self or the Christ in me is trying to tell me, then if I can do that better, then it's like then I can know what that communication is, or we want to put it more clearly. or something. I don't know. This is just how I think about it. It's not, I'm not trying to. I don't know.
Let me.
Yes, let's hear Tunji's voice.
Yes.
Yeah, let me put something there, because I see that you, Jonathan and Grim, you have a similar perspective to it, and the reason why mine is different, it comes to anthropology. The sense, the field that Grim is talking about, and the way that we are supposedly able to interact with it is possible if we are made of something else that is of the same substance of this field, and we are supposed to have control on this part of us that is that could map with that field. Now, again, I am not a materialist. I believe that we have a spirit, but that is not the same as the field, whatever it is that constitutes the cosmos. And
it's the Higgs field. It's made of loving consciousness.
I don't really draw.
Yeah, but that will be either some form of panpsychism, and then even if it is panpsychism or is panentheism or is pantheism, whatever it is, still you have to make the case that we are able and supposed to somehow to interact with that field. On the other hand, there is another anthropology perspective that does not deny intuition, does not deny that for me a bad thing, that there is divination. It does not deny that there is divine inspiration. Those are spiritual things. So those things happen, but you have a framework to say, okay, this is not good because I am interacting not with a field, an amorphous field of potentiality, but I am interacting with other spiritual beings. Or this is good because I am interacting with God, and and that's good. And so I have a framework where to even those spiritual experience, I have an idea where to put them. And that's where I go.
Well, since I've started streaming this to my audience as well, we're interacting with an even greater field, and they haven't had a card pull yet. This time I'm shuffling the casino deck. And why don't we see, instead of us training our intuition?
Okay, I'm actually going to pick one this time.
All right,
nope.
Ladies and gentlemen, over on the McMo stream, the man saying nope, predicted or intuited what card was going to appear out of the deck.
I think there's an important distinction between fortune telling and divination. Like, I don't know.
That's an argument you can see at the last half hour over on the McMo stream. But what we're doing now is we're pulling a card from the casino deck, and since the last card pull that upset Tunji so was the 3 of spades, why don't we experiment?
I think sometimes you might as well. Right? You might as well step into life. It may have been an accident, a mistake, but stepping in is better than stepping away. Even if you step in shit. Give me a sec. I just realized I have another meeting I gotta make sure I do.
What are we doing? I haven't posted it on the internet yet. There's still time to escape the catastrophe the eucatastrophe that this video is going to, and this camera never moves this much.
I wonder if it's when I do it or something. Maybe it triggers it.
No, it's far more demonic than that. Trust me, because
when it moves, the little green light is on me, and it's watching me, and it's taking careful notes. But dudes, stop it! Step away from the ledge. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right. You're just on drugs. That's what I learned.
Yeah, I don't get to see the timers on how long your branding is.
I'm in control.
You are. And it's the fraternal regiment salutes you. for taking this opportunity to display your finer brandings to everyone. So I'm shuffling a deck. You guys can intuit a card. What card's going to come out if you'd like to, and if you'd like to step into the realm of certainly damn to hell, I'd like us to see if we can make the 3 of spades come back out of this deck just to fuck with Tunji. So if
I'm gonna add a little twist to it. If you guess correctly, you are obligated to donate to my Ko-Fi. That's the rules from here on out. So what grim means for evil, we're gonna turn to good with the help of God and your donations.
I think you just corrupted the chance of so many people's intuitions being correct as they're programmed against it. But that's fine. That's fine. Give me the screen, Mo. I'll pull a card. Oh no, we need Tunji up here so we can see his face. Ready, set. Oh, the Queen of Hearts. The Queen of Hearts made the appearance. Not that the powers of darkness have failed me.
I got the suit right. Maybe I need to train up a bit.
But as long as there were only like 1 or 2 of them at a time, I could sort of manage. And I had the same issues with, often with church people, because having an unmedicated schizophrenic in the back of the church is not a strategy for seeker-sensitive ministry.
Clip that.
Yeah, there you go, Chris. You can clip that. Having an unmedicated schizophrenic in the back of the church is not a strategy for seeker-sensitive ministry.
Clip that.
Someone will walk in, I remember. So then we had when someone would knock on my door and want to talk for 2 hours. My schedule could handle it.
You're pimping the Ko-Fi great, but you don't even have a goal set up.
Yeah, if you would like for me to set up a goal, donate to the Ko-Fi and suggest a goal.
That is one of the hard parts. I'm pinning it to the top of the link on my chat, unlike yourself, who has not pinned it to the top of his chat.
If you make it difficult, it makes the value go up, Grim. You should understand this. Why are you making me give out my mind control secrets out here on the internet? Just trust the process, bro.
No, why would you make it difficult for them to give you funds? That makes no sense to me.
It's called being a luxury brand. You wouldn't understand it.
No, sir, I would not.
You like a big puzzle. You solve the puzzle in order to donate.
Yeah, it's only for real ones.
Only for well, that's a disclaimer you should have made already.
I don't have to make it. It makes it for itself. If you can't find the link, you can't find the link. It must not be that important to you.
That's a great idea, because most of the time, if you solve the puzzle, you get something. But in your case, you actually have to give something if you win. That's like reverse psychology or something.
It's mind control.
And by the power of McMobile, if you predicted the Queen of Hearts by the power of your intuition, there's the link for your obligation.
Come on, it's the least you could do. If you got to dance with the devil and all and you got a synchronicity out of it, I mean, it's the least you can do to put a little something in the tip jar. Come on.
It was a sign that you should probably give McMo some funds to support the work like this. LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Griff harder, griff harder. Griff harder, griff harder. Griff harder, griff harder.
LARP! We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Griff harder, griff harder.
was a McMo one, I think. I believe that was a McMo masterpiece. I think that was his stylistic impression, signature thereof.
Okay. I'm going to now get us back on track with the idea of what is intuition, because honestly, I don't think that predicting a card gives us any information on the value of one's intuition.
I'm going to switch to my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's a problem. I have more definition of what divination is instead of what intuition is.
Wait, you said you had a better understanding of what divination is than what intuition is?
Yeah, a functional, practical definition of it. Yes, I can explain somehow how that divination works, but in the way that we use the term intuition, I cannot really explain it. I can trivialize it as I did before, saying, okay, we are making quick rational decision on a short amount of information. That is the best that I can do to make it more trivial in a sense, more practical. But still, the objection is, okay, but that's not intuition anymore. And when who was it, Mark, before he left? No, Mark says that there is you cannot really define it. Then it's this appeal to the apophatic, things that in order to be what we mean, they have to be the things that we cannot really define. So it's a catch-22 situation where you, if you get it a definition, then that's not what it is.
Yeah,
Does
what's coming up?
anybody have any?
Oh, good, Mark.
Does anybody have any examples of things that happened that you could you really think that was intuition? Like any concrete example? Well, I guess it's not concrete, but clear examples.
I don't mean to be so controversial, but there's various. I don't know. I intuited that. I don't know. Certain world events might not want to participate, and then those things turned out to be worth avoiding, perhaps. There's, I don't know, someone else. Also, just to tag on what Tunji said, I think that's probably right. That if we come up with precise definitions for things, that won't go well. I don't know.
Well, the stereotypical intuition thing is decided not to get on that plane, and now look. Oh.
Hey, we got some Ko-Fi action.
Looks like a new Ko-Fi subscription.
Yes, I now have 2 subscriptions. So, Jason, you will now have access to all of the beats from all of the McMo streams and any others by special request I can send to you, basically. So as long as my subscribers are you and Grim, I think I can keep up with that workload. So, thank you for subscribing. I'll be in touch, sir. Appreciate it.
I don't know. I still feel that for those examples, inspiration or revelation, are more precise, because how do you make the case that things comes from you, from within? It has to be someone with a better knowledge that is revealing that knowledge to you. There is no way to prove that knowledge was in you. And unless we trivialize again the case that you are just working on a little amount of information and making a judgment, then that is not coming from you.
Well, I'd say it's possible that it could be coming from a part of you which you aren't conscious of. I mean, I believe in basic Christian stuff too, just as a disclaimer. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, there could be. I just feel like there's parts of us that we don't even understand. They're just parts of our own biology. You know.
Yeah, that
Most
sounds
of
like
us.
Yon God. Like, what would be the difference? Is that more of an instinct than an intuition? Is intuition the type of thing that separates humanity from the other creatures, or is it a part of our kind of carnal, earthly base nature? You know, is it something that evolution made for us, or is it something that we're meant to cast away and trust God or trust the cards or what have you?
Do you think that intuition is the same as a flow state? Or are they connected?
Same as a what?
A flow state.
I'm going to answer the topic question, if I may. What is intuition? My sense of it is that it's a sense, a form of human perception of potential narrative timelines that manifest to us as like a gut feeling. Particularly like when we're out in potentially dangerous situations, and it's like the sense that's doing the work before it communicates it to us. It can see like, well, if this happens, like down the chain of events, and what that'll do to your whole life overall. And when it's significant enough of a change from what you expect, it notifies you that. With that feeling that that I better get out of here, or it's just that's what comes to us as intuition is a processing on that level and a communication to our sense of it.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there's some good truth in that. Like I used the word, I think it was before you joined, but I used the word retro causality as well. Like how certain futures maybe like pull at us, you know, like which is kind of the eschatological idea with Christianity, right? And that maybe there's like I like this idea of the almost like a lightning bolt that's searching for a connection to either the past or some future event, and then when it finds a connection, you know.
Gabriel says instinctual intuition based on sensory input, prophetic intuition based on extrasensory input. I'm going to say it doesn't have to be extrasensory. It can just be like that part of our brain doing that calculation of probable futures. It could be just a processing layer that we don't know, keep our conscience in, like a sub-process.
I want to know if Tunji thinks that intuition is if it's closer to like a fleshly nature, or if it's closer to something like trusting God and leaning not on your own understanding, or what that relationship is. And I did mute you earlier, Tunji, because you had a little bit of a woof.
I don't know. But the part of our brain that make the prediction of possible future is that just not our rationality? Is not that what rationality does? Gather information and then account for the future.
I like the way that connecting with what Grizz was saying, almost of like unconscious processes, where it would be like that, like almost like the body or the right brain is like processing all this information underneath our awareness, and then something about how we like line up with that at certain times, and that's when like the body and the mind are connected, and that kind of goes to what I was saying before about the role of Eve as like listening to the animals, and it's also like all of creation really, where your body is also participating in, like, we often think that we're kind of these abstract spirits, but when the heaven and earth are united, that's when Eve is doing they're in a proper marriage or something like that. And then I also think it's this idea where nature is fallen, but it's not like totally depraved, or at least I wouldn't use that word, and such that, kind of like somebody wrote in the chat earlier, it's that it has to be like trained in the sense where like an educated person is more natural in a sense, but like is like, that's nature at its finest or something. Like man's nature is to be an artist or something. I have lots of thoughts about this, but it's a lot hard to manage. I don't want to take it too off topic.
Jacob, welcome. Do you have 2 cents for us? You're muted.
I figured we're just chilling, right?
Yes, sir. We're chilling.
It's Super Bowl Sunday.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any intuitions about who will win the Super Bowl?
I'm hoping Elon Musk.
I'm hoping
Dude,
Kendrick Lamar.
It's a really good, it's a tricky topic, like, because there's obviously, that's kind of the thing with all this betting, right? All these people are like, oh man, I have an intuition, and they're just like,
Here I
You've
got
got an intuition. Put your money where your mouth is and donate to Ko-Fi/McMosav.
No, it's kind of what we're asking, right? Is like, is intuition this like divine faculty, or is it something that could be like gamed in that way where you could use it to make money off of or something, right? I don't know.
I would love to make some money off the Super Bowl.
I like your point, Jonathan, because in a sense you kind of make the case for subconscious rationality, so something that goes on into the background, but is still a form of rationality. So it's still perceiving something and making a judgment based on that, but is on the background, is not on the forefront of our conscious. So that would kind of make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it fits with like all the Ian McGilchrist stuff about like the right brain, but that's almost where that's where it becomes worrisome about materialism, in my opinion, when people just equate these like divine faculties. Oh, it's just coming from the right brain, but I don't know. I think it's almost like that's when almost like listening to the divine is also when like the role of the right brain or something like that. It's not just, it doesn't stop at the right brain. It's not coming up with it. It's like actually tuning into something, or I don't know.
Yeah, but we should not we should not use McGilchrist framework to specifically explain a spiritual understanding of our being, of our nature, because otherwise you're going to actually do a materialist move to map the spiritual part of us with a material part of our body, so the right, the left, or the corpus callosum, and that it becomes very soon. You got into problem very quickly, So that spiritual thing has to be something that is above, not. If you put it into a part, then we are in trouble, because you can just then you have the scientists that they make the experiment to weight the soul on a scale and ridiculous things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there?
Well, I can pop something in here real quick. Well, that kind of goes with the whole thing. The map is not the territory, so you can use McGilchrist's thing for like lots of things, but you have to keep in mind that the map's not the territory. And then the other thing to toss back in with intuition is I don't know, it's just like kind of a thought or whatever. So take it as that. It's a intuition, the love of God pulling us towards the proper best timeline for humanity. That's it.
There's a lot in there.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, I like that phrasing. But to comment on, I don't know. Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying too, Jay, and I think Joe's thought seems fitting as well with like the map. I think I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about the like almost like a what do they call it? Non-dual or dual aspect monism, or like where I also kind of think about it as like radical incarnation as well, and such that I don't know, I do tend to gravitate more towards like Whitehead style thinking, where it's like that, or process theology or whatever you want to call it, but almost like, but it's also how Peugeot does Heaven and Earth, where the whole thing is what's up. It's not that God is just heaven or something. I don't know, it's hard to describe, but I do see what you're saying, that like as we start to look at material like that, or you know, the radically immanent aspect of things, like the danger would be to like idolize that, or like to think that that's all that there is or something, you know, like I don't know. You know, it's like, I'm sure Jacob, you could probably comment on this a bit, with the idea of, you know, the man being kind of the image of, you know, they talk about the temple, and you've got the tree of life with that being a man, you know, right? And this is big stuff. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I mean, I want to comment, but I've only been listening a little bit to what's been going on. We certainly do have this concept in Judaism that, it comes from a Bible verse that, like, a man is like a tree, right? And so that type of symbolism is definitely there, but I'm not sure exactly how you're using it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there is.
What do you think? What are you thinking, TG?
No, I am.
Please, yeah.
Maybe that what I think is going to change the topic on that, because Jonathan mentioned process theology, and I see the way that it leads to an understanding of reality that eventually, to be coherent, it becomes pantheistic, and that's it happens all the time. Maybe stepping through pantheism, it always is explained in a pantheistic model. Every time that there is this non-dualistic conception of reality, what's happening in down the line very quickly is that is pantheism.
Just to note, like Chezi says, Deuteronomy 20:19 says, "A man is a tree in the field." So it's a Bible verse. Well, the previous one.
I really appreciate you guys leaving that the backwards writing on there with the fancy squiggles in the chat. Those are so nice to see. Big fan. Big fan. No, that's not sarcastic at all. That's just my voice right now. I like it. I like it a lot. What is up with that superb owl? Is that happening? Is it ongoing at the moment, or is that later today?
It's got to be later today, right?
I would assume like at least 4 or 5, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be.
Oh yeah, I think it's at 6:30 or something like that. I don't know.
Because in exciting news, I've decided to create the space here on my stream, but not on Mo's stream. We're going to do a monster party monster fight, fighting a superb owl with the lobster monkeys. It's lots of fun. We use Owlbear Rodeo. Stop on by during the Super Bowl to the Grimgriz stream if you want to play.
And more importantly, if you want to be virtually not alone.
Yes. That's the entire purpose of a monster party monster fight. I bring 4 people up on the screen with me, and we have a good time cooking taters and social flaming and such.
Well, if you're anywhere near Los Angeles and you want to be actually not alone, a bunch of us are getting together and watching the Super Bowl together. And
Watching
actually
it.
not alone is good too.
That's what people do, but to watch that thing.
I doubt very much we're actually going to watch the Super Bowl because I haven't watched a football game in like, I don't know how many years. And I've gone to several watch parties for football games and still not watched the football game.
You're like the Bill Clinton of football games. You did not inhale. You know, they were playing in the background, but you weren't watching. It doesn't count.
Well, if anybody does participate in that communion, please note on the scale of 1 to 10 how satanic the halftime show is. On the scale of 1 to 10, we'll take the feedback in the Discord. We're expecting really high ratings this year, but let us know because we're not looking.
I'll be disappointed. My guess is that it'll more likely be blasphemous than satanic. If you're sin hunting, I would look for blasphemy before. I think you'd have better luck finding sins if you were looking for blasphemy rather than.
No, we're looking for like how far the mask has fallen off and how openly satanic they are now on a scale of 1 to 10 with this halftime show.
Don't do that to one of my favorite artists, Graham. Come on, I love Kendrick Lamar.
Isn't Trump doing an interview during the halftime show?
That's some high ratings competition, but come on by the Grimgriz stream for a game of Lobster Monkey Monster Party Monster Fight.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and donate to my Ko-Fi.
It's pinned at the top of the Hive Mind chat if you're still on the Grimgriz stream, but we're all over at the McMo's place where you should drop a sub if you haven't yet. The link is in the chat.
Yep, it's Free Sub Sunday. Today and today only, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel for free. Get it while they're hot, folks. Get them while they're hot.
And while you can subscribe for free, you can also stop by his Ko-Fi and drop off a tip.
Like Yoav has. But then we've got people like Sandy who have become subscribers. So they're going to get special access to all of the beats that I've made on all of these weekend streams going back nigh on 6 months now.
Yeah, if you're new here, what usually happens is beat making and then talky talk with some closing beats.
Yeah, we're mostly about the beats here.
I was wrong. Trump is speaking before the Super Bowl.
That's pretty wild.
You think he'll give us a Super Bowl prediction?
Keep
I
your
don't
eyes
listen
on
much
it.
to Trump either.
Let's dive in, even though we're not watching what teams are playing, because I've always found that lineup out of what animal avatars they have on display for any given year as a symbolic hootenanny message to us.
It's the Kansas Chiefs versus the Philadelphia Eagles.
You'd say Team America, the Eagles win this, according to narrative setting.
It
That's
really
my
is.
prediction.
It really does depend on your view of what America is. If you have a conservative view of family and religion that easily slots in with the likes of Taylor Swift and getting Starbucks on the way to your megachurch, then Kansas City is fighting for you. But if you're a dirty Philadelphian addict to just combat, conflict, and rooting for the birds, then then I think that's more. Elon probably likes Philadelphia. But here's an interesting aspect: is I've seen interviews from both starting quarterbacks where they both mentioned their like faith in God and what part it meant to them in kind of making it to the Super Bowl, which is always just very interesting to me. It's like, is that a part of their intuition, or is that a lack of self-awareness? What kind of, what would lead one to say that I know God loves me because I'm a quarterback playing for the Super Bowl?
Well, a God must love them. I have a monster party to prepare for. Thanks, Mo.
Thanks for stopping by, Grim. Should probably play some branding, cleanse the palate. Not sure which ones I haven't played. Oh, wait, yes, I do.
The idea that if, what a group of witches is called a coven.
A group of Christians is called a church. The idea is sort of simultaneous prayer causes change. Now, there's different words. Some people call the prayer spells. Some people call the prayer a pep rally. No. You look at the football game. You're seeing covens of witches cheering this direct energy at the team they want to try to move the needle a little bit. But when you consider the power of directing little bubble universes, which is every single human, focusing that beam of attention on a certain idea, dude, you're not only are you going to create whatever it is you want to create in the case of an advertiser, make some money, but theoretically you could guide history that way.
And the last thing you want them to figure out,
Man, if was supposed to be smoking in space. Very
focusing on
good.
what you're telling them.
But that's how easy it is to do a retcon in the film or a product placement in a film with some bullshit like smoking in space. Very good. But the beats, we should probably learn the beats and teach the beats as part of what we're the bullshit like smoking in space. Very good. But the beats, we should probably learn the beats and teach the beats as part of what we're learning, if that's what the bullshit like smoking in space. Very good. But the beats, we should probably learn the beats and teach the beats as part of what we're learning, if that's what they use to program people's mind holes. Welcome, everybody. The beats, we should probably learn the beats and teach the beats as part of what we're learning, if that's what they use to program people's mind holes.
So here we are, learning the beats, thinking about the beats. Flevis has recommendations on my Ko-Fi. Make sure to direct recommendations towards the Ko-Fi. If you've got an idea for what my next Ko-Fi goal should be, send me a little donation. Leave me a little comment. See if I don't use it. I guess I'm still stuck on the part of, in terms of what intuition is the degree to which it relates to self-awareness. To me, seems to be the kind of failure point. Because there's a sense in which, how would you know to trust your intuition or not unless you could kind of know yourself enough to understand or to observe when you get an intuition or you experience an intuition and then you take some form of action in response to that intuition, and that has to be the kind of signal feedback chain in order for there to be any hope of training your intuition, let alone kind of understanding it. But there is still that problem of like, you have to observe yourself. And so, yeah, maybe that's where the kind of extended cognition comes in, where we need to not only like test our intuitions, well, definitely not only test your intuitions with card games, but more so like when you get a bad feeling about someone, kind of noticing it and not treating it as nothing, but also not letting it be in charge. Or is it more of a relation? You still have to learn that relationship with yourself. So you're still kind of back in the same little paradox there. I don't know. I'm mentally ill and far from a mental health expert. Jacob, what do you think?
I think that you have to, that diversity is actually our strength, despite what people using that term has destroyed it with. you have various functions, and this does get back into McGilchrist, the why do we have two hemispheres?
What are you talking about?
Right? Every animal that has eyes has at least two eyes. That for me has always been like an important thing, right? Every animal that has eyes has at least two eyes, because you need to be able to have a diversity of sources, right? And that includes your intuition, that includes your capacity to reason, and that includes your capacity to talk to other people. And if you fail to use the resources that are available to you, you're going to be worse off.
I think I was reminded as you were talking, Mikmo, about like kind of radical trust as well, where there's also a sense where it's like, if we really had like the purest faith, where we were like a perfect vessel for the will of God, like we wouldn't necessarily, like, I think that's almost the other side of I agree, Junji, that that McGilchrist framework is kind of like, we have to be careful with it, for sure. But I definitely think it's a very useful and helpful, like, and has some real, very, true, I suppose would be the word. I don't know, like, stuff to say, and like, I don't know, that something about that radical trust, right? If we were really able to have that kind of virginal reflectivity to the will of God, like we wouldn't necessarily need that kind of discernment, or like the real training in that sense wouldn't be this kind of reasoning, but it would be more so like a trust or a faith and that's where I see this connecting to like creation as like an ongoing process where the body is not just it doesn't just lead us astray, but like when there's a productive relationship between mind and body, that then like your body can really tell you like when you need some these kind of unconscious, more out of our immediate awareness processes are very like I imagine a saint when they meet somebody who has some particular thing up with them, that they're so kind of in tune with their perceptions of the world and stuff that like they're immediately kind of aware of what's going on to a certain extent, but I don't know. And like, I've always thought it was very fascinating how I guess like particular cravings, like when people crave dark chocolate, they're often craving like the magnesium or something. And like there's certain things where like your body will basically tell you like you need this particular food because you're low in this or whatever. And I don't know, I think it's all very interesting to me.
Yeah, I was really shocked about that. My first job out of college was in a homeless shelter, and we had a nurse who would come in and teach people how to safely dumpster dive, which, okay. And she mentioned that she's like, if you're having cravings, it's because you're having nutritional things. And I was like, that can't be right. And I looked into it and I was like, oh wow, that actually is right. And so you have so many neurons in your guts that neuroscientists call it a second brain. And you really like so this idea that our thinking is completely contained in our skull is completely false. It's completely false. It's certainly not just in your skull. And frankly, I think what Vervaeke talks about with distributed cognition is that it's not even within your skin, right? Parts of who you are embedded in the people you spend time with.
Yeah, and it's also like like the faith. I mean, what's the word? Humility. That's another thing that we had mentioned. Yeah, the humility seems like because it's like there's a sense where we often you know don't we aren't perceptive to these things because you know because our head is going. I don't know.
So apparently, Yon God actually found something that arguably has one eye. I guess I was wrong. Copepods have one eye.
Yeah, if I can put here the point of critique, to be specific, with Meg Gilchrist's frame of view, is that you cannot attribute wholeness or the unity to a part, because you contradict the whole point of the thesis. So even with the example of the eyes, the two eyes are not two distinct things in competition with each other, and then through dialectic you have the vision. No, they are part of a whole that is vision, and they participate, giving you the three-dimensional field of vision. That's why you have two. You have two ears, not because there needs to be a balance or a compromise between the two. No, it's just you have two because it gets directional. It gives you the direction of the sound coming to you. So they both participate to one unity that is hearing. The same with the brain. The two brain is not two brain. I'm this. Maybe somebody will not agree, but not what science says. We don't have two brains. I know that sounds exciting or interesting to say that we have two brain, but we have one brain that is composed by two symmetrical sides, but they participate to one unity, one whole, and that is what is constitute our brain, and then maybe we build our theory of mind on top of it, but it's not a duality in the sense that are two things that they compete with each other. Otherwise, where is the wholeness? There is no wholeness, but we are one person. We have one brain, and it functions the same way that the eyes and the ears and our bilateral symmetry works by creating these two parts that cooperate toward one. So
Tunji coming with the ever radical, what God has joined together, let no man put asunder.
Absolutely, yeah, because symmetry and duality, and even in biology, are two different things.
So actually, you reminded me of something very interesting, which I don't quite understand fully, but I find very interesting, which is the more symmetrical the two hemispheres of your brain are, the more likely you are to have a mental health disorder.
I think the more Tunji's mic is on when other people are talking, the more likely I am to have a mental health disorder.
Yeah, you have to define which symmetry are you talking about there, because it's symmetrical in a sense. But
yeah, honestly, I read it in some of the neuroscience, because as much as possible, I have been trying to integrate biology into mental health. I've never met you, Tunji. I'm not sure if you know. I'm studying to become a counselor, and it's just one of the things that was pointed out. I would have to look up the studies, but apparently the more there's like they can measure how symmetrical the two hemispheres are in people, and they found a correlation between there being less symmetry and more sanity, however you define that.
I guess it must be symmetry in the activity. That would make sense. And then the explanation will be also redundant to say that what they observe is just the impairment of the brain directly. So the symmetry is meant to create an equilibrium in which the biological process can move one direction or another. So if you have perfect balance, that's more similar to that. It's not life. So you need you need a membrane. That's fundamental biological system. You need a membrane that separates two boxes, two chambers, and then through that regulation of that openness of that membrane with different equilibrium, you have movement. So you have processes that then we call life. So even in the brain, you need a big separation in order to let this life process go on. So
I
if
think
you have a perfectly balanced thing, then it's kind of
I think that
defeat the purpose.
the only problem of the which I may have misunderstood the last part of what you were saying, but the only like issue I would see with something like that is falling into the trap of kind of damning the particular, just in the sense that like even within nature, when we see a symmetry, we very rarely see a perfect symmetry. That's not to say that the form of the symmetry does or does not exist. It's just to say that, especially when you bring in its relationship to God, I think that there's a reason why we see a diversity of symmetries rather than kind of a spectrum towards perfect symmetry. You know, I'm not trying to abolish the hierarchy either. I'm just more so trying really hard not to abolish the diversity.
What comes to mind for me is when you said, did you say one side of one hemisphere was bigger than the other normally?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's. I was going to throw that in. I'm pretty sure there's a thing where there's the left hemisphere is like a little larger, and I don't know how long, or how long that's been the case for or something, and it kind of fits with the idea that like people have been more in this more this one particular type of attention as opposed to maybe a more. I love to think with the brain hemispheres almost as like Adam and Eve, like the role of, and Eve would be listening to the animals, like the almost like the divination or something, but it's hard to like put in the right words. It's very difficult to map it perfectly. But and of course it's just a limited, like it's one kind of instance of that larger pattern or something, but it's not a totalizing. We can't just only think of it in terms of that kind of one lens. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. I was tagging on with you, Joe, but I'm pretty sure there is a thing where the left brain is like the left hemisphere is like a little larger.
And I guess that made me think that perhaps it's normally like that because the tension between the hemispheres being like sort of out of balance creates the proper relationship for whatever to happen that's necessary, I guess.
Yeah. I almost wonder if it has to do with like developmental stages or something, and like maybe that there's even like an evolution of consciousness where like there's something about our time period which is left brain, and then it's kind of like maybe the brain is, obviously again this can easily sound super materialistic, but like maybe it's like the brain is growing or something, and the left brain comes first, and then the right brain comes after or something. I don't know.
I have no idea what the study actually says. It's just when I searched it, I know that this is something people are discussing. Unfortunately, I don't know much about it, but I figured if somebody wants to go down that rabbit hole, please let me know what you find.
The developmental aspect is it's a very complicated branch of biology, but it can explain very easily the symmetrical, all the symmetry in animals. It's rather more difficult to explain now actually the parts that are not symmetric, because in development from the embryo on, if you imagine that there is an exponential multiplication of the original cell to 2, 4, 8, 16, and so on and so forth, it's easy to see that, okay, let's divide it left and right, and you don't need to know where is left and right. Okay, one side becomes left, and the other side becomes the opposite. So that symmetry is very fundamental in biology. You have other organisms that are defined by different kind of symmetry. So we are bilateral, and then you have the up until to the starfish with the 8 asymmetry of 8. So, but it's easy to explain, not to just to explain, to see, to track in vitro by the development of the embryo. But it's more difficult to see where this symmetry is broken and you have just one and not two things. And mostly it's along the middle line, because the cell, they know where is the middle between the left and right, and so they put a line into it.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's the important philosophical point is that we should not reduce the whole to a part. Otherwise,
I'm totally with that.
I'm just feeling inspired to sample that and put it on top of a house beat, and then sample "I'm teaching the electric slide." Boogie woogie woogie.
Funny you should say that. I was reminded as soon as you were speaking about, of course, this kind of raises the whole Michael Levin thing, right? And I don't know, just kind of maybe toss that out. Wonder if anyone has something to say. It's very, because he's talking about, for anyone who doesn't know, almost like these morphogenetic, how things acquire form and symmetry, asymmetry, etc. And it is definitely a controversial but also very interesting and thing. I'd be curious to hear y'all's thoughts.
What came to mind, it's not a whole lot, but it's like dancing. I don't know, but that makes sense a little bit to me.
Okay. I was like a bit of dancing.
Yes, it's like dancing. It connects to that too.
Hezi from the hive mind, laying Jacob's feet to the fire, saying intuition is Bina. I'm not going to try to pronounce that right. Sorry.
You did it right. You did
the
it right.
feminine. Jacob, expand a little. Just a little,
Okay.
He says. Come on, you've got the platform of the McMo stream. At least expand a little. That was the tone that I read that in.
I can expand. I'm not sure what it has to do with what we're discussing, but there is the feminine and the masculine in Jewish mysticism, and so we have the left, the right, and the combination in the middle, and so the intellectual faculties are divided into left, right, and middle. Left being the feminine, which is Bina, which is understanding, right being the masculine, Chokhmah, which is usually translated as wisdom, and the combination in the center being Da'at, or knowledge. And so Chokhmah, or wisdom, is described as the potential of what? That is the spark of intuition. Yeah, I guess intuition it's sometimes called, but it's a spark. It's the seed. And then Bina, which has the same root as to build in Hebrew, right? And there's a verse, Em Banta Bait, that a mother builds the house. So there's the concept of gestation, which takes that spark and gives it expands it into having a shape, right? Which is the job of the feminine, is to gestate and to give breadth and height. And then understanding is the combination of the masculine and the feminine, right? Like it says, Adam knew his wife, right? And understanding is that capacity to bring these two things together. So I am not, and I don't know what he means by Genesis 2:22. Let me look up Genesis 2:22.
I think Hezi should hop on if he's got so much to say. I mean, good grief. Come on, man. The water's fine.
So Genesis.
This is a late night safe space.
I see. So Genesis 2:22, it says, "And God made," or actually, it's literally to build, right? Which is bina. Like I said, the mother builds the house, right? It says God builds the side or rib which he took from the man to be a woman and brought her to the man. And so, yeah, there's Bina there.
I love it. I love it. I think, and that's kind of also how yeah, I mean, there's some love thoughts. I don't know. That's also kind of, I don't know. I don't want to speak about that. Yeah. I don't know. That's how I think about intuition. It's kind of this, in the true life context, actually. It's kind of like it's this feminine aspect. Yeah. Oh, that's what I said.
Yeah, I was still thinking about the Levin things. I follow it a little bit. Maybe sometimes we should talk about Levin, the symbolic world, and the Christ. I did connect with what we landed at before, that even in his experiment, when he cuts to a million parts that poor creature there, and the creature is able to build itself up again to a living, functional animal. That was somehow groundbreaking, because you see that the unifying principle of the being is not in the parts. The unity is in the unity of the thing. So even teleologically, what has been severed is going to recreate a whole organism, wherever it is, but it's going to create a whole, because even the DNA that is supposed to contain all the information that encoding the information of what that animal is, in reality is still a part. It's just a part. So the whole is in the whole, and it's interesting to see what the evolution of Michael Levin research in his philosophical aspect, mostly, to see where he lands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forget exactly why I brought it up, but I remember that. Yeah, I think that's interesting, and I appreciate you laying that out. And I always thought he also talks about kind of the bioelectric field aspect, which is kind of, I think I forget. That's part of the reason I brought it up. And I don't know, I think it also kind of connects with, it's interesting they use the word building, like how also talking about the feminine would like build the house. And there's a thing, the rooster is able to perceive the situation, not for how it looks, but just what it truly is. I don't know, like I mentioned process theology before, and it's very tricky. I'm not really qualified to speak on that, but there's something about how I kind of correspond that with like the feminine aspect as like the I don't know. I don't know. I definitely, that's kind of how I think about everything, is that it's this masculine, feminine aspect, but there's the unity in the middle, and it's a holistic unity, such that, it's kind of, this is the process of the one becoming many, and you have multiplicity as well, and and um, that multiplicity actually like feeds back into I think there is something of like a furtherance of, I don't know, it's the marriage itself which is most significant, I think. It's not kind of the formal aspect of things. I don't know. There's so many things, there's so many things up in there.
Well, Jonathan, you brought up something that I thought, I mean, the fundamental problem of the one and the many, like, it is ultimately an intuitive thing, right? Because and I think people will be surprised if you look up in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy that the problem of the one and the many is considered one of the most fundamental, and frankly, I think it really is fundamentally one of the most important ideas, concepts. You might even call it dialogue or dialectic, right? Of the one and the many. And so the idea is, okay, everybody knows what one grain of sand is, and everybody knows what a heap of sand is. But where does one grain of sand become, and you add another grain of sand, and then another, right? Is 3 a heap? Is 4 a heap? Is 5 a heap? Right? When does it become a heap? Right? Or you're looking at a cloud, right? When any of us look at a cloud in the sky, all of us know, okay, there's that cloud. But when you look granularly, like which water molecules in the air are part of the cloud and which are not part of the cloud, defining that is apparently one of the hardest problems that cognitive scientists have in trying to get an AI to understand what something is, right? This is incredibly fundamental to how we function. The problem of the one and the many, and frankly, the Bible, it doesn't show up in translation, but when you're reading in the Hebrew, this contrast between the one and the many is something that is, I think, obvious throughout the Hebrew Bible, right? There's a verse in Song of Songs, Lo yichluha lo yichbed ha'ahava, what is it? Ma'im rabim lo yichbed ha'ava. The waters of the many, or many waters, cannot quench love, right? And that fundamentally points to the problems of the many, right? Because what is love? Love is joining, right? And the waters of the many cannot quench love. So, yeah, but ultimately, it is I think, intuitively that we know love, that we know what is one, and yeah. Did any of that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, I'm following. I think, yeah, I would say at least that there's a balance between like an intuitive and a discerning kind of more logical aspect. But I think it could also be said that like that it's primarily like there's maybe in the sense where we could in the more traditional sense where we are, and I think a very sensible approach where we are kind of feminine in relation to God, such that the intuitive would be more relevant to us in a sense as feminine. But yeah, I definitely think at least a balance of kind of like I'm already losing the train of thought on what you're saying, but yeah, it seems like the one in the many, the relationship with the one in the many as as kind of an ongoing process. Like I think that's how people think about, and it's.
I guess
yeah.
the threat there is that the AI cannot have intuition. We cannot program intuition to the machine, but we should ask why that, and why is that the machine cannot tell a whole. It can only see parts. Well, one simple explanation of this phenomena would be that, well, the machine does not have a whole. Is not a whole. Is not a thing in the same category of we are created being, that by virtue of that we are unity that are capable to see the unity in other things immediately, because we are a unity as well. Things that is composed like a machine can at best just simulate or can be trained to approximate that visualization, but cannot do it. So there is at the base there is an ontological issue there. That's there has been the interesting aspect of discussing the AI situation and advancement. It's ask a question about metaphysical question about ontology.
Surprise, surprise! It comes back to ontology for Tunji.
Yeah, I
Big
mean,
shocker.
I did wait 3-4 hours before mentioning. I keep it at last.
Yeah. You've brought out the best wine for. Secondly,
it reminds me of Valentin Talberg and I think Steiner as well, at least in certain regards, talking about Sophia versus Armon as a relevant thing of our time period, in terms of Armon as this cold, mechanical, force or agency or however you want to put it. But then, Sophia is this definitely more in touch with creation, kind of like maybe as a more created form or something. Like I don't know. I think the topic of AIs, and of course, how that relates with bioelectric fields and the Levin stuff. It's all it's very new stuff. I'm trying not to jump to conclusions, but I don't know. That's definitely one thing that comes to mind is the whole idea of like Sophia and Ahriman and how, or some sort of kind of mechanical. I don't know. I have a feeling that there might be some sort of like ontological, to throw in the little ontology. I don't know. Like I feel like there might be some like valid sense where we could think of these as like beings or something, because that's the thing with Michael Levin, where it's like it's a little. I get a little worried that it's just pushing for this AI transhumanist thing, but it's also like super interesting, and I think that he's, you know, I'm not trying to write him off by any means or box him in, but the, you know, like that's what I worry about. But I don't know. I think that maybe there could be something to be said for like an ontologically agential like being aspect of maybe some further evolution of these things. But at the same time, I would be tempted to think that it's going to be confined to being something like an incarnation of like Armon, or like a cold, dead, mechanical, left brain, non-intuitive, or something like that aspect. Yeah, and then maybe it would come down to like realizing that that's what it is and using it within those contexts or something. I don't know. It's such a big question. It's, you know, I'm not trying to speak on this, yeah, but that's what comes to mind for me in terms of kind of amorphous, loose topics of ideas that we're with. You know, because I think definitely right now, I don't think that the LLMs are kind of these intuitive. You know, I think it's just kind of these algorithms that trick people, and there's usually people pulling the strings on the algorithms. You know, that's how I think about it, at least.
One thing, the problem with the theoretical problem with Levin and the science and the scientists of his generation, of the best one even, is that you are starting with a presupposition that things emerge, and they use the emergence as a way of saying creation. So what does it mean? It means that they see the unity or like higher level complexity, like I have to drop the O word again. Higher ontological level being just emerging from complexity. So when you have enough parts, then some new process or whatever emerges, and then we study it. But this is completely false. Never observable. You know, it's just.
I don't know if it's completely false. You know, I'd say maybe it's like half.
It's not observable. It's not completely. It's not scientific at all. We can only observe the complexity and then take it apart. You know, see all the parts and then see. Okay, this does this. This other, the part B does X. The part C does Y, and then we put all together by our own rationality and intelligence that is made to see unity in the things. But that unity does not emerge from the part. We are seeing the things the other way around. So that's why it's surprising. Levin is surprised when he sees that there is a principle of unity in a being that is being deprived of even the information, what we thought that was the information that contained the whole, that was the DNA. And if he move the bar somewhere else, he is going to be surprised again and again and again. So that's where the fundamental materialism of this kind of science is going always be. It will always fall short, because things do not emerge in the sense that they mean that emerge. They simply do not. They are just justifying what they observe and not admitting that there is creation involved by a creator. So, and they come up with this word that is just a sleight of hand, like many other words that are used to hide process that they cannot in any way, shape, or form explain or understand.
I definitely see that kind of danger in the way that you're speaking about it, but I also think that, I don't know, whenever emergence comes up, I always just think of Vervaeke talking about like emergence and emanation, how there's both, like every process kind of has like, and how Levin is talking about like the Platonic, he's trying to map the Platonic formal realm, and like maybe if he were to, I think he's kind of playing with all these ideas a little, and he's not totally materialistic, but I don't really keep up with his stuff particularly, but the sense I get is that he's kind of also thinking about that there is like a top down, in a sense, like from formal platonic space is the way that he thinks about it, I think. And like he thinks that, as I understand it, would be like mediated through these field phenomena or electricity or something. But and that this would be, but I do think that sometimes he I feel like I've heard him say like that, like even the formal space kind of emerges or something. And I really think that you're right to like, to say things about the dangers of emergentism and like total, like I don't think that beings, I think that everything kind of emanates from the spiritual world, but then like the processes kind of are organized by that, and in that process, it could also be described as like an emergence of these things, but it's kind of like there's both. You could describe it both ways in a sense, or something like that, and so.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the problem is that emanation is never explained, and if you bring Platonic idea to it, then it's no longer a materialistic one. So it does not pretend anymore to be that scientific experimentation.
I have a feeling that Levin is also trying to like push the materialistic framework, like because there is a thing in science and academia, as I understand it, whatever disheveled remains of academia there still are, or something. I don't know, but it's like, it seems like there is kind of a shift away from just a purely materialistic way of understanding things, and this is not to support or renounce Levin's like work or anything, but it seems, I think that I would agree that he's probably not just trying to do a materialistic thing, but I don't know, I tend to be a little skeptical with all this stuff, like because I as I said, I feel like the AI aspects are a little.
Who's Levin? I don't recognize that name.
Michael Levin, he's I don't know where he works at, but he's like doing research on. He created these things called xenobots, and they're like these little.
Oh, he's the xenobot guy. Okay.
He's the xenobot guy.
Yeah, he saw that he could mix up the tadpole and it would still become a regular looking frog.
Yeah, I honestly don't really keep up, but
actually, Brett Weinstein kind of mentioned that thing with I didn't really listen to the entire Joe Rogan thing. I was kind of listening half, but Rogan asked him about the critiques of Darwinism, and Weinstein started talking about how the materialists seem to be missing the fact that. So the way he put it is, a sports car and a bulldozer. He didn't use bulldozer, but similar idea. Bulldozer and a sports car are both made of the same component parts, right? They're made of metal and plastic, et cetera, right? And he said that materialism, in a sense, tells us that, oh, well, as long as you have the particular proteins, right, or DNA, you're going to Am I?
Yeah, dude, he's competition.
He said the materialists kind of have this idea that, oh, well, just as long as you can explain the proteins, which is the material components, then you would get. And that actually reminded me of the Xenobot stuff, which, I mean, frankly, what bothers me is we don't have enough intellectual humility in academia. People don't, like, the hardest thing for people to say is, I don't know. And being capable of saying, I don't know, Like, we don't publish studies where the answer to the study is, here's a bunch of data I got, and I don't understand it.
Mhm. I also think it's almost like theological humility in a sense. Like, obviously, they wouldn't admit this because I think it's a completely out of the box question or something. But like I think they're kind of positing this triviality to creation or something, such that we could just organize these things. I think that like the rich evolutionary backdrop of life and such, like the intricacy of the human body and the stuff, like we're not just gonna have like humanoid robots that are just like people anytime soon, in my opinion. Because like we are so, I don't know, just something about the fact that like life, like maybe if we get, like if life is created or something, or some spirit is incarnated, I don't think that it'll be radically different or something like that, because I think that to have something that's truly, I don't know, hopefully you all hear my point, just in terms of it doesn't have these beings that we're just like tinkering around with and stuff, are not like, or whatever you want to call them, processes, self-agential, steady state processes and such, like then they're not embedded in this rich history of like the human body is crazy, dude. It's crazy. Like,
did you listen to the discussions that Sam had with Vervaeke, Sam Tiedemann on Transfigured?
No, I didn't know.
Really great discussions.
Sam who? Sorry.
Sam Tiedemann, he's our resident Unitarian. He has he has a channel, Transfigured.
Who'd you say he was talking with?
What?
You said he was talking with who?
Vervaeke.
Okay.
Yeah. And so Sam has actually worked on AI, specifically in the healthcare stuff.
I think I might have actually seen one where they talked. I'm not sure. Was it like a while ago?
It was a while ago.
Okay, yeah, I think I probably watched it. I'm not sure.
It was a while ago. It was an excellent discussion, especially because Sam talking with Vervaeke has really been talking a lot about final cause. And I think final causation, somebody joked a while back, make final causation great again, right? And because we don't talk about final cause as much anymore. Aristotle has his 4 various types of causation, which I forget the names of, but usually we talk about the efficient cause or the material cause. We almost never talk about the final cause, which is what is this for? For example, when you ask what is the cause of this cup, right? So the final cause of this cup is to drink from, whereas the material cause is whatever it's made out of, acrylic or whatever, right? And the efficient cause is I went and bought it at a store, right? That's the cause. I went and got it. That's why it's here, right?
And the formal cause, I think, is the other one. Right?
The formal cause is, I guess the formal cause is it's a cup.
Yeah, it's like the shape, or like the shaping process or something like that.
Yeah, and frankly, talking about the various causes, it's pretty important. But going back to Sam,
how that relates to AI, perhaps.
Yeah. So Sam keeps on bringing final cause up with Vervaeke because he thinks that's Vervaeke's chip in the armor in terms of his atheism, his especially his Arenic theism, right? So I mean, without getting into that, but like the discussions that they have, and Sam is just so brilliant. Like he really is incredibly brilliant. Like the way he's able to have these discussions with Vervaeke just blows my mind. But anyway, back to AI. one of the things that he talks about, and Yosef, I mean, is getting his PhD in robotics. He's finishing up his dissertation, and the reason he hasn't finished partially is because he's working so much on like AI that he's not working on his dissertation because he's already got a job and stuff. So, you know, both of them know a lot about this stuff, and they're the people I turn to towards to understand AI better. And both of them have said we're nowhere close to getting an AI that is agentic, that has desires, right? We can ask AI to do X, Y, and Z, and you know, the real danger, Sam has said, is not that AI will want to kill us, but that some human being will ask AI, "Hey, why don't you make better porn?" And we end up completely failing to
Yeah, or even just like a captivating TV series or something.
Jacob, I think it's incredibly naive to think that wasn't the first question that the AI was asked, and its very sole reason for existence.
It's final cause.
It's final cause.
Porn has been at the cutting edge of technology, like the internet. Like it has definitely been at the cutting edge of technology for a very long time, right? And we're talking like printing presses. When printing presses were first invented, some of the first things that people used them for was porn, right? Like ancient Chinese printing with blocks, like people use them to make porn. And so, yeah, this is incredibly dangerous. But it's a question of human will. It's not a question of the AI's will. You can ask the AI to make you better porn, which may destroy humanity.
And what is better porn?
Better porn. Yeah, no, I was exactly thinking that. Like better porn. Like, and it goes into cause, right? So what is more into telos? Yeah, more into telos. Like, what is the telos of porn, right? To be better, you have to first determine what the telos is. What is it for, right?
Yeah.
And
ain't nobody beat Song of Solomon in my book. I haven't seen everything out there, but ain't nobody topped the King Solomon himself. Chase away the foxes, my dears. Chase away the foxes. Until the time is right, chase away the foxes.
I was thinking.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think that well, I mean, so much comes to mind. For one, I think there's something about like the Luciferian symbolism which comes to mind just in speaking about all that. But then also, that's kind of how I think about AI in a sense, and how I ultimately think that it will be saved, redeemed, or whatever we want to say, but in the sense where it's like eventually it's realizing what is its purpose or function or something. I always get weird about the treating it as a being or something, but if we lean into that, maybe it would be like an incarnation of a kind of spirit of mechanism or a mechanical, like blind process or something like that. Like Steiner uses the terminology of Ahriman, or he didn't, speak directly about AI, but he was talking about how technology and technification and, like he said, it started with the combustion engine and stuff and the vacuum, and like maybe the ultimate destiny would be to like see that as like the final purpose of these things is like to be used in that kind of, or not necessarily just used, but it's like that's the mechanical, like confining it to that proper sphere or something. I don't know if you're following my drift here at all, but I'm just thinking in terms of like, I don't know, what would be, how do you see, we're talking about the final cause of AI and how maybe these technologies don't really have either a good or like a planned out set of causes. That's like maybe how would this be? I don't know. I'm trying to relate this back to Levin as well. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, the final cause is whatever the efficient cause decide for it to be. So whatever the one who designed the machine wants for the machines to do, that is final cause. That's all it is. The issue again, it comes. Was interesting what you said before about the beauty and the complexity of the human body and how far away science and technology is from replicating it. But still, there is a problem there because it's underneath that that sentiment that I share, of course, there is the idea that the uniqueness or the wholeness of a human being is a matter of his complexity. So we are what we are because of the sum of our parts.
And also the relations.
Yeah, you can add to it whatever you want, but that's just the sum of the parts. It's just you can put how many parts you want. You're just adding parts. So there is no obstacle. It's just a matter of time, where far in the future where the technologies will catch up with it and we'll be able to add that many parts to reach that whole. So, but that's still a materialistic understanding of what a human being is.
Yeah,
so the amazing part of a human being, in as much the body is amazing, is the fact that we have a soul. It's our spiritual part. That's if you want to see it as the formal cause of the human being. That's what the machine can never have, because this is not a process of emergence or a byproduct of complexity. It's not even a byproduct of processes and relation. It's the nature of the things that's given by creation. It's created thing. So doesn't matter how much technology is advanced, the AI will never be an agent as a human being is an agent. People will mistake it as an agent, will treat it as an agent, will worship him as an agent, but it will never be. Because if you do that, you're just worshipping a creature instead of the creator. You're just seeing the world as materialistic once again.
Panda person asks, "What are we discussing?" Just to let everybody know, I've probably got about 5 more minutes to 10 more minutes of energy and attention left. I've made a bounce, so if we want to make the conversation keep going, I got a little bit more time. But if not, we can do final thoughts. But I'll take a little quick poll if we want to keep going or if we're ready for final thoughts.
Up to y'all.
Final thoughts.
Sure.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Joe in a while. So, Joe, why don't you at least start us out? I'm assuming you might have taken notes like yesterday. So if you had, it'd be great for you to share them.
Not anymore. I didn't take notes there. My computer died. But let's see here. I don't know. We talked about a lot of great things today. Too many great things. I don't know if the people listening are gonna be able to handle all that. But you guys, I hope you try, because it was some awesome stuff. And as always, McMo was a gracious host. And that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Tunji, final thoughts beyond how important the ontology of what we're talking about is.
Thank you, Echo. Thank you for the conversation, and I'll see you next time.
Jonathan, I guess you can be next, and then we'll end with Jacob.
What? It's been fun. I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, with the AI thing, I tend to think that there is going to always be a special sauce or something that is like part of the natural, that we won't really be able to replicate or something. But I also think at the same time that it's important that we remember God is radically immanent, and that I think like I don't know, the way I like to think about it is that the creative word of God also has a gestural aspect, and that this is the material world, and that God creates through us as well. So like one could even possibly debate that God is creating AI for a reason through us, but I don't know. I really get very, very sketchy, and I tend to be, on guard with regard to these things because people are really jumping to conclusions. I think, in my opinion, when it comes to AI, in the bad way, in the sense that they say it's a being, but what it's like at the end of the day, my last comment, it's words of fudge, as PVK says. It's always, we try and put words, intuition, and like these, but we all have our definitions, and it's difficult to talk about these things, but we're trying. We're out here in TLC, and this has been great.
I'll just say it's really nice to have things like this where we just stick around and we talk. Like, I obviously love this type of stuff, and look, you can host stuff like this yourself. You can do it on Discord if you don't want it on YouTube. If you do want it on YouTube, there's lots of us who are willing to help you figure it out. I'm sure McMo would help. I definitely would help. And look, it doesn't have to be about like, making some exciting thing that ends up being clipped on PVK, although that happens too. But it's nice just to hang around with people when you got some time, and you might be doing other things, but like having conversation and having other human beings and chilling with humans.
Enjoy and finally, last one. There's no art for the corner. If you're a smart person, if the corner helps you, and then you go and make art, that is not art corner. That is just art you made. If you make art for the corner, that's just called garbage. Just pick it up, put it on your fridge, you glam away.
You're muted.
My poor computer's down.
I cannot hear.
I don't know, but I bet we're supposed to leave.
One more
God's silliest goose. You
Jacob,
don't know
Jacob,
this?
and like Jacob said, also in person as well. Actual, not alone. But this is the intermediary.
Yes.
We need intermediary spaces. And that's what's going on. It's good.
Look, if you're anywhere
Better
near
than video
Southern
games,
California, we're having an estuary tomorrow on Tuesday night at my place. You're all welcome.
Nice. This is great. We need these spaces. This is awesome.
Enjoy and finally, last one. There's no art for the corner. If you're a smart person, if the corner helps you, and then you go and make art, that is not art corner. That is just art you made. If you make art for the corner, that's just called garbage. Just pick it up, put it on your fridge, you glam away on the fridge. That's not for us. If it's art for the corner, it's art for the garbage. Okay? Art is just art. Period. If the corner teaches you, if it helps you, if it helps you see something more clearly, and then you put that into your art, and then people like the art, great. If you make art that only can be viewed by people in the corner, that's just called garbage, and it belongs in the garbage can. And that's just the way art works. Okay? Guess what? I've done a lot of comedy. Most of my comedy goes directly in the garbage. Okay? It's bad. It wasn't good. Nobody laughed. My parents didn't even laugh at it. That's it. It goes in the garbage can. It wasn't good. It wasn't secretly great. They did not understand the archetypes I put into it. They didn't not understand the Petersonian, little thing that I was doing. None of that is true. It was garbage that went in the garbage can, and then you started over. So you're not going to make art for the corner. You're never going to have our own art galleries. This is not how art works.
The Broken Clock Tower Discord is going to clip the hell out of this little rant. It is going to become branding.
Well, yeah.
Enough. I'm tired of hearing your excuses. Hey, man! Yeah. You take the pill, you put it in the peanut butter, you give it to your dog. Enough, folks, we're done. We're done pretending we don't know how to give the pill to the dog. Okay, you know what a union archetype is. Take enough. Hey, man. It's not that complicated. They're nice people. They want to be your friend. Don't scare them off. So, that's definitely one thing I wanted to get. Like, yeah. Well, yeah.
I did want to let everybody know and remind them that Grim will also be hosting a Virtually Not Alone event this evening. But with that said, great stream, everyone. I'm glad we could keep the vibes chill. And we'll just be sent out on the beat we made during the stream. Thanks for hanging, everybody.
He's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates kind of responds to just go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what they're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more, He's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, they're kind of causing
don't have a timing to give
this triviality to creation or something such that we can just organize these things. I think that, but I do think that there's just like a balance in life and such that nature is so like we're not just gonna have an impact and he's always very creative thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? You go, I think justice is like helping your friends and harming your enemies. It's a classic Greek definition. Socrates kind of response is just to go yes but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So he's like, kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what you're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to it. There's always more, He's always very creatively thinking of situations where your idea, your definition, your rule kind of breaks down. And Socrates is like this guy that whenever you say something, he'll kind of, it's almost like he wants to say yes but, right? So how would you define justice? And you go, I think justice is like killing your friends and harming your enemies. It's classic good definition. Socrates' kind of response is just to go, yes, but, and then he'll come up with some kind of flaw in it or objection to it, right? So it's like, he kind of acknowledges there's some truth in what they're saying, but there's also a shortcoming to the same, but there's also a shortcoming to
I don't trust him. There's a number of reasons I don't trust him. One is that, you know, he basically lied about the gamer thing. And like a person lies, he could be lying about these things. And I think that's more of a... If you were to believe what we know about now, that if things would lie, would get him. If it's the aliens justifies the ways, like if it would get discussion, and then it wasn't verified until after the election. I think the Antichrist is fractal. Hundreds of hours like everything else around this place. Businesses. And so it's each man's heart. I have many mixed emotions. All the way up. Is it a situation like always happening in each choice that we make?
Michael, is Elon a tent builder, or is he kind of desecrating the temple?
I think he's trying to government's egg wars, whatnot. Okay, first of all, I gotta say, the desire to go to Mars is very autistic.
I thought that was excellently said.
Frustration.
I did want to bring up Lynn's comment and say that yes, we would prefer
that makes a lot of sense.
a war criminal who could remember the crimes so that we could get justified punishing them But unfortunately, I feel like we need to take it easy on Uncle Joe. Neil, you have thoughts on Elon being ranked in Doom?
The arena or whatever.
Yeah.
I
have a lot of mixed emotions about it.
The autistic person is somebody that gets really is really powerfully effective. But there is this sort of gullibility that comes with that, and I think that, and also an intense desire for the efficiency. So I think I'm all for clearing out all of this stuff that basically it was all games that was being used by certain people against other people or for their own benefit or whatever. And I think he's just trying to create a level playing field. Like, I don't think he's trying to
could it be the kind of thing where Elon intends this,
funnel all of the government power into his projects? I think he's trying to get rid of all the stupid stuff that is in the way of him doing what he wants. Which is also in the way of a lot of other people doing great things and some people that want to do bad things too, but that.
Understanding about the loaves and the fishes was them not understanding that everything is fundamentally planetary.
It's like, what? You can't see just lots of liquid? Yeah, it was lost. I mean, there's yeah, of course there's lost in them. Still wrong way to content.
I don't think we kind of we could be intellectually aware at one point, right? We can, there's a way in which
the question is, where to be intellectually aware?
But it's hard for us to have faith in it.
Yeah, that's exactly the distinction. We can be intellectually aware, but not yet have actually cultivated faith, and therefore not be able to live that way. Yeah, and so if I zoom in, so we're now in this world of let's say by hypothesis, it doesn't matter in this moment where the drawer is actually in there. We're in this frame where the horizon of your perception is entirely bound by a reality that is governed by the laws of scarcity, which is, I prefer the myth that you just read, the story I'm telling, but the story I'm telling I can tell. So what happens in that particular game, and by the way, I can actually superimpose Jordan Peterson's hierarchy of values and this kind of the attractors of what does it look like to be able to consistently win lose games. Well, it turns out, weirdly enough, by the way, right, it turns out that honor and truthfulness actually produces a more effective team than people who constantly betray each other. And so this is what Nietzsche does is Nietzsche says, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to obvious exactly. I think what Peterson's doing weirdly, well, no, that's not doing. 3/4 of what Peterson is doing is I'm going to basically say, let's figure out what is the infinite regress on the attractor of what does it look like to win those games, and just do that. So don't actually even play the game, the object level game anymore. Play the meta game of what does it look like to be the one that wins all games. And when you do that, you're actually winning the win-lose game. My hypothesis is saying, hey, I'm becoming the greatest player of all possible win-lose games. And therefore, I have now definitively won. That's the Nietzsche's thing, is say, hey, drop the particular game, elevate to being able to notice how games work in general, and that becomes become the greatest possible player of all possible winners games. And once you hit that point, you've won the game. But that's the sort of, and you say that once you realize that you're governed by the laws of scarcity, what have you won exactly? You've won something which is ultimately governed by a deeper set of laws like entropy. Right? Even though you are holding on to a kingdom, now have King Conan, if you know that image. Right? You have been become, right? You're sitting on the throne, you are the king, but your head is hanging because you're sitting on the kingdom of rot, or the kingdom of decay, the kingdom of death, which of course, you're sitting directly underneath the prince of this world, who is in fact exactly that player. Yes.
These Christian meditations, which are the fruit of much reflection, will be slowly but also easily understood, although they will certainly prove very difficult to anyone who by a cursory and merely inquisitive reading makes them so. That individual who first considers whether he will read them or not, should he finally decide to read them, will sympathetically consider whether the difficulty and the ease, when these are thoughtfully weighed on the balance, are rightly proportioned to one another, so that the Christian idea may not be given a false weight by making the difficulty or the ease too great. They are Christian reflections, and therefore not about love, but about the works of love. They concern the works of love, not as if all its works were herein enumerated and described, far from it. Not as if the particular works herein described were now described once for all. Praise God, that is impossible. For that which in its whole wealth is essentially inexhaustible, is also in its least expression essentially indescribable, because it is essentially present everywhere in its wholeness and essentially incapable of being described. How could anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou God of love, from whom all love comes in heaven and on earth. Thou who didst hold nothing back, but didst give everything in love. Thou who art love, so the lover is only what he is through being in thee. How can anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou who didst make manifest what love is, thou our Savior and Redeemer, who gave himself to save us all. How could anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou Spirit of love, thou who dost abate nothing of thine own, but dost call to mind that sacrifice of love, dost remind the believer to love as he is loved, and his neighbor as himself. O eternal love, thou who art everywhere present and never without testimony in what may here be said about love or about works of love. For it is certainly true that there are some acts which the human language particularly and narrow-mindedly calls acts of charity. But in heaven it is certainly true that no act can be pleasing unless it is an act of love, sincere in its self-abnegation, a necessity for love, and just because of this, without claim or merit. These Christian meditations, which are the fruit of much reflection, will be slowly but also easily understood, although they will certainly prove very difficult to anyone who by a cursory and merely inquisitive reading makes them so. That individual who first considers whether he will read them or not, should he finally decide to read them, will sympathetically consider whether the difficulty and the ease, when these are thoughtfully weighed on the balance, are rightly proportioned to one another, so that the Christian idea may not be given a false weight by making the difficulty or the ease too great. They are Christian reflections, and therefore not about love, but about the works of love. They concern the works of love, not as if all its works were herein enumerated and described, far from it. Not as if the particular works herein described were now described once for all. Praise God, that is impossible. For that which in its whole wealth is essentially inexhaustible, is also in its least expression essentially indescribable, because it is essentially present everywhere in its wholeness and essentially incapable of being described. How could anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou God of love, from whom all love comes in heaven and on earth. Thou who didst hold nothing back, but didst give everything in love. Thou who art love, so the lover is only what he is through being in you. How can anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou who didst make manifest what love is, thou our Savior and Redeemer, who gave himself to save us all. How can anything rightly be said about love if thou wert forgotten? Thou Spirit of love, thou who dost abate nothing at thine own, but dost call to mind that sacrifice of love, dost remind the believer to love as he is loved, and his neighbor as himself. O eternal love, thou who art everywhere present and never without testimony in what may here be said about love or about works of love. For it is certainly true that there are some acts which the human language particularly and narrow-mindedly calls acts of charity. But in heaven it is certainly true that no act can be pleasing unless it is an act of love, sincere in its self-abnegation, a necessity for love, and just because of this, without claim or merit.
The first act of the ground of being to withdraw and remove its power to create a space for there to be something other. But I think having created that other space, there is room for evil in the world. But if you think about it, there's another asymmetry here, because goodness, being love effectively, can embrace evil. But evil, being effectively hatred, cannot embrace good. So good is greater than evil. Good can embrace, take into itself, and transform what is in its nature at the time evil and turn it into something greater. But evil can never do this to good. Which is not to say that people can't become corrupted, that's not what I mean. But what I mean is that evil in general is powerless to overcome the truly good. The first act of the ground of being to withdraw and remove its power to create a space for there to be something other. But I think having created that other space, there is room for evil in the world. But if you think about it, there's another asymmetry here, because goodness, being love effectively, can embrace evil. But evil, being effectively hatred, cannot embrace good. So good is greater than evil. Good can embrace, take into itself, and transform what is in its nature at the time evil and turn it into something greater. But evil can never do this to good. Which is not to say that people can't become corrupted, that's not what I mean. But what I mean is that evil in general is powerless to overcome the truly good. The first act of the ground.
Oh, I like that. I like that, Matt. You should pin your own thing. Overwhelm is the reasonable response to the combinatorial explosive reality without data. Oh, I like that. I like that, Matt. You should pin your own thing. Overwhelm is the reasonable response to the combinatorial explosive reality without data. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. I like that, Matt. You should pin your own thing. Overwhelm is a reasonable response to the combinatorial explosive reality without data. Oh, I like that. I like that, Matt. You should pin your own thing. Overwhelm is a reasonable response to the combinatorial explosive reality without data. Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Actually honors most, I feel and I firmly believe coming to the truth actually honors most my Egyptian background. Because it comes back to its fullness. And I believe that anyone who leaves leaves what is broken and distorted to enter into the fullness actually fulfills with great honor their ancestors. How does it honor our ancestors to remain in darkness, to not move towards what their hearts yearned for and desired, maybe in ignorance, not knowing, or maybe because of, I feel and I firmly believe that coming to the truth actually honors most.
God, right? Wow, it's and it proactively enables you to make significance and to make meaning of each experience, and it allows you to sort of immediately extrapolate meaning across time. Like that's the proactive movement that's happening, right, in time. And retroactively, it redeems these past experiences and integrates them into a story of becoming, right? And exposes all the wrong vectors, happiness, self-becoming, all of these vectors that were out, right? God, right? Wow, it's, God, right? Wow. God, right? Wow. It's and it proactively enables you to make significance and to make meaning of each experience, and it allows you to sort of immediately extrapolate meaning across time. That's the proactive movement that's happening, right, in time. And retroactively, it redeems these past experiences and integrates them into a story of becoming, right? And exposes all the wrong vectors, happiness, self-becoming, all of these vectors that were right. Oh God, right? Wow, it's
Hey, Grim Grids, we all could use some saving throws up against the mind control. Give the skull a dice to roll. Then at least we'll have a chance to see the foe before he sneaks around behind and does his best to land a blow. How's that? Of the free will to not see.
Yeah, sure. Because it's there the whole time, and it's part of you always knows it's there. But that's where free will comes in, is what you accept and reject. And I don't know where I'm going with any of this, but
you're evidencing the heart of the corner. Is what where you're going.
Good.
Very intense.
This, the best definition I've ever, or at least that I've heard of hell that I adopted, was like, it's where God's not. And depending on your worldview, he can be pretty hard to see here. Like, you have the free will to not see.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's there the whole time, and it's part of you always knows it's there. But that's where free will comes in, is what you accept and reject. And I don't know where I'm going with any of this, but
I've been seeing the heart of the corner. Is where you're going.
Good.
Very intense.
Speaking into someone else's mind. And I guess it sort of made me think a lot about, what marketing does and how the branding works. And I guess it just made me think that having this kind of knowledge really, well, I think that it can, I guess it somewhat can protect you. Protect you from the dark arts, as they would say. But it's true, though. Like, you need to recognize that these things happen. And when you can realize that these psychotechnologies are, all of the programming that's built into your TV set. This is what Grimm talks about all the time, peeking into someone else's mind. And I
don't think they're doing that. I think these insufferable douchebags are so in love with the smell of their own farts, heads so far up their own asses, that they genuinely believe that they're big stars in some capacity, and that if anybody talks about them, they do it because those people that are talking about them want their attention or want attention. I don't think they're doing that.
there was never a member of Living Stones, but was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trust in Jesus. No question in my mind. No, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? My first question is, I am not their judge. My second answer is, let me tell you about the judge.
Thy wondrous works declare, unto thee clear, unto thee clear, unto thee clear, unto way give
His channel, where he labels himself a 4-pointer or 5-pointer Arminian, was never a member of Living Stones, but was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trust in Jesus. No question in my mind. No, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? My first question is, I am not their judge. My second answer is, let me tell you about the judge. The judge of heaven and earth. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? The same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say, but the confidence I have is in the character of God, which I'm not different from those guys arguing about, arguing that universalism is true because of the character of God. We seem to say the same character of God, but we might see other questions about kind of dog bark. He wasn't really dance, he would sort of shuffle, he was really a slow mover, but inside he was not moving slowly. Inside he was ready to enjoy the world and ready to rejoin church and ready to get into music and ready to go out and eat and make friends. And he really enfolded the Freddie and Paul show crew and encouraged them and took videos of them and just always encouraged Freddie to dance and to do more music. And so yeah, his loss is a big loss, and he was very faithful coming to Estuary. He loved coming to Estuary. He loved the different ideas. He loved telling stories. He had good stories. And so it is, I don't know, he had heart trouble years ago, so it might have been a heart attack. I don't know what caused his passing. His health wasn't great, but inside he was very alive. And as I told Kimo, I have no questions where he is. He's no longer fettered by his body, but now he can make music better than he ever could in this world. Yeah, so I miss Dog Clark. I miss him a lot. So I thought I'd make this announcement because I know people sort of come and go in the corner. People sort of come and go in the Freddie and Paul show. someone like him was, no church was ever sort of enough. Churches would, Living Stone sort of fit the part of him. He told me when because, when Chemo started playing piano, Chemo was just sort of learning piano, so he'd play with one hand, and Dog Bark said to me, he said, if this church can tolerate a pianist with one hand, they can probably tolerate me. And I thought, we might be short on money, we might be short on different kinds of talent, we might be short on finesse and facade, but what we are not short on at Living Stones is character, and what we are not short on at Living Stones is you can find your place here too, and that is what he recognized, and he had his place here. And it's too bad because his favorite month of the year was February, because in February we do African American spirituals for Black History Month, and he loved last February. He loved it. He says, I wish this was our music all year long at Living Stones. It's like, Living Stones, we're a pretty eclectic bunch, so we are very, very much going to miss him. He was a sweet, sweet man, and full of energy and full of life, and I'm glad that he had this year and a half of sort of renewed energy before he passed, so that I could get to know him, and so that I could be his friend, and so that the rest of us, especially the Freddie and Paul show and others at Living Stones, could get to know him. And so maybe I'll play I'll just add to this a couple of my favorites. I'll leave a link to the playlist to the Freddie and Paul show too, and to his channel, so that if you want to explore it, when I would play his music as branding on live streams, he'd be like, play as much as you want. We just want to get it out there. He just wanted to fill the world with music. And he made a joyful noise, as Psalm 100 says. And that's who he was, and that's what he did. That's what he did. And so, prayers for his family.
Where are you here? Oh, there I am. Hey. Where are you? Got me? Oh, boy. Yeah. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. Come on, Dad. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. All along this Jesus journey. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. Yeah. Walk with my mama. Yeah, walk with my mama. Walk with me. Walk with me too. You walk with my mama. Yeah. Walk with me. And walk with me too. While I'm on my walk with me, walk with me, hold my hand, Lord, hold walk with me.
Take a little off there. Oh, I like the dog. Say, walk with me, love. How y'all doing? Walk with me. Walk with me, love. Walk with me. Walk with me. I'm on my I want Jesus. I want Jesus. Walk with me. Walk with me. Walk with David, a little shepherd boy. That's a good that one. Yeah, you made him a great king. I know David shouted for joy. He walked with David, and he's a little shepherd boy. You made him a great king. David shouted for joy. That's right. Oh, yeah. So walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. All along Jesus' journey. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. You gotta walk with me, Lord. Yeah! That was rocking great, brother. Oh, yeah.
Anyways, she kept forgetting she was dreaming and then remembering. I think life's a little bit like that. We keep forgetting that we're dreaming, and then we wake up to how weird it all is. And then, of course, especially in cases where something paranormal happens, or something weird, some angelic visitation, or whatever it is, or demonic visitation. Those are quite memorable. You suddenly realize sometimes after the fact, sometimes when it's happening, it doesn't feel quite real. And it's only when you look back on it that you go, what the hell was that? And that's when it kind of hits you. Yeah.
Yeah, even in dreams too.
I
It's
love what
weird.
you're saying.
Yeah, even how dreams do that. It's just so strange how certain dreams will. Yeah, you might think, oh, it's just a dream, and then I don't know, 2 years later, you look back and you're like, oh God, that was not just a dream. Like that was something. Yeah, and then the same thing with things that aren't fictional. Like you said, it's it's got this weird way of working. And even how you were talking about living in New York, there's a certain feel to it. And so if you were, I guess maybe that's kind of what I'm getting at too. If you were to look back on, say you spent like 2 weeks in New York, and then 2 years later you look back on it and you try to write about it or remember it, you would want to if you were just true to the feeling, you'd almost kind of write it in a weird, almost fictional way, and then it would almost be more true, and then more people could inhabit it. Because if you just wrote, I was in New York, well, maybe these people haven't been to New York, but if they were in that essence or that space, the feeling, like I don't know.
That's really well said. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I'm getting at. It's that there's a kind of she kept forgetting she was dreaming and then remembering. I think life's a little bit like that. We keep forgetting that we're dreaming, and then we wake up to how weird it all is. And then, of course, especially in cases where something paranormal happens, something weird, some angelic visitation or whatever it is, or demonic visitation, those are quite memorable. You suddenly realize sometimes after the fact, sometimes when it's happening, it doesn't feel quite real. And it's only when you look back on it, you go, what the hell was that? That's when it's kind of itchy. Yeah, you know, I love what you said. Yeah, how certain people, you might think, oh, it's just a dream, and then, I don't know, 2 years later, you look back and you're like, that was not just a dream. Like, that was something, and then the same thing with, when you get on, except it's a good way of working. Even how you were talking about living in New York, I guess maybe that's kind of what I'm getting at too. If you were to look back, you spent 2 weeks in New York, and then 2 years later you look back on Texas. Really well said.
I'm getting at. It's that there's a kind of anyways, she kept forgetting she was dreaming and then remembering. I think life's a little bit like that. We keep forgetting that we're dreaming, and then we wake up to how weird it all is. And then, of course, especially in cases where something paranormal happens, or something weird, some angelic visitation, or whatever it is, or demonic visitation, those are quite memorable. You suddenly realize sometimes after the fact, sometimes when it's happening, it doesn't feel quite real. And it's only when you look back on it that you go, what the hell was that? And that's when it kind of hits you.
Yeah, even in dreams too.
I
It's
love what
weird.
you're saying.
Even how dreams do that. It's just so strange. How certain dreams will, you might think, oh, it's just a dream, and then I don't know, 2 years later you look back and you're like, oh God, that was not just a dream. Like that was something. Yeah, and then the same thing with things that aren't fictional. Like you said, it's it's got this weird way of working. And even how you were talking about living in New York, there's a certain feel to it. And so if you were, I guess maybe that's kind of what I'm getting at too. If you were to look back on, say you spent like 2 weeks in New York, and then 2 years later you look back on it and you try to write about it or remember it, you would want to, if you were just true to the feeling, you'd almost kind of write it in a weird, almost fictional way, and then it would almost be more true, and then more people could inhabit it. Because if you just wrote, I would, in New York, well, maybe these people haven't been to New York, but if they were in that essence or that space, the feeling, I don't know.
That's really well said. I think you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I'm getting at. It's that there's a kind of
That's why I was like, oh, I'm very excited. I want to demonstrate to you a certain level of interest in all that sort of stuff, to peacock to you.
There's a musicality to you. Your speech is almost like music. There's rhythms, and it's running up and down, and there's shifts in intonation,
which is me trying to get you to do that too. Actually, I'm trying to enliven you, right? It's not a deliberate,
but it's infectious, and I'm picking up on it, and so. And what that's doing is it's drawing me out, and I'm looking forward to interacting with you. And I'm very curious.
Right.
What is it? What does Pete want? What's he going to ask me? What's going to be the angle, the connection?
A certain level of interest in all that sort of stuff, to peacock to you.
There's a musicality to you. Your speech is almost like music. There's rhythms, and it's running up and down, and there's shifts in intonation,
which is me trying to get you to do that too. Actually, I'm trying to enliven you. It's not a deliberate,
but it's infectious, and I'm picking up on it, and so. And what that's doing is it's drawing me out, and I'm looking forward to interacting with you. And I'm very curious.
Right.
What is it? What does Pete want? What's he going to ask me? What's going to be the angle, the connection?
Right? So that's why I was like, oh, I'm very excited. I want to demonstrate to you a certain level of interest in all that sort of stuff, to peacock to you.
There's a musicality to you.
Making space for people is hard, and this isn't something that's theoretical, abstract, thinky-talky, TLC stuff. It's very practical. And I said this last night in my estuary group, is I said, I feel like this last year, maybe the last couple months, and maybe I'll feel like this many times in my life, I feel like I'm finally ready to start being a parent. Half my kids are all teenagers, and my oldest is like almost a senior. Which is just, it's wild. But it's not surprising, right? Because that Father John Bear video I always talk about, if you really only ever learn things through experience, being made perfect by what you suffer, perhaps, that makes sense. I can't know how to be a parent until I'm a parent. You can know in theory, but you can't know in practice. You can't know in reality. You can't know in an embodied, incarnational way because you haven't been surrounded by persons, your children, that have called you to actually self-empty enough to become a healthy father and son, daughter. You can't know it until you live, and that's where that Father Bear quote says, where death becomes pedagogical. You can't know what it means to not have life within yourself because you're living until you're dead. And so in that sense, death becomes a school teacher, becomes a teacher to lead you into the fullness of life, trampling down death by death. Trampling down death by death. You can't know it until you live, and that's where that Father Bear quote becomes a teacher to lead you into the fullness of life. Trampling down death by death. Trampling down death by death. Living until you're dead. And so in that sense, death becomes a school teacher, becomes a teacher to lead you into the fullness of life, trampling down death by death, trampling down death by death. You can't know it until you live, and that's where that know what it means to not have life within yourself because you're living until you're dead. And so in that sense, death becomes a school teacher, becomes a teacher to lead you into the fullness of life, trampling down death by death, trampling down death by death. You can't know it until you live, and that's where that Father Bear quote says, becomes a teacher to lead you into the fullness of life, trampling down death by death. You can't know what it means to not have life within yourself because you're living until you're dead. And so in that sense, death becomes a school teacher, becomes a teacher to lead you into the fullness of life, trampling down death by death. Trampling down death by death. You can't know it until you live, and that's where that Father Bear quote says, becomes a teacher to lead you into the fullness of life, trampling down death by death.
Well, it might be that you need Christian nihilism as the doorway to start really, like, praying a lot, so that you would start to have experiences with God. I mean, my doorway was like, not that I've had that many kind of like powerful experiences of God, but my doorway was process theistic philosophy, like Chris Lane. But he was influenced by, what were their names? Like Whitehead, basically.
Wheeler.
The other, who?
Wheeler.
Well, yeah, and physics, but I mean the process theism people, I can't remember their names, but and so that was as weird an entry point as any. But and you know, I mean, like, deep believers will say, I don't really have to prove anything to an atheist, but I saw some lady's leg grow, you know, another 2 inches to match her other leg that was longer. You know what I mean? And when you see something like that, you just you don't really care if some smart nerdy dude is talking about whales with pelvic bones. kind of irrelevant.
That's it. That's a person that has, if you have any belief at all, like if you believe, or if you want to believe, or if you want to want to believe, you should be nursing that any way that you can find to nurse that. Because what you believe in is life itself. Drifting away from that is treacherous. And I mean, the warnings against it are well documented. And I mean, I find most things pretty easy to compromise in my own mind. Like if I'm looking at something, this is true, I can pretty quickly compromise it to the point that I doubt it. And so maybe I come across as swinging way too hard in the other direction, but that's probably just because of my own bend.
But do you really think we should, I don't know, like believing for belief's sake, it still kind of rubs me the wrong way. Pascal's wager always rubbed me the wrong way. Trying to presuppose God's existence as much as possible in every single thought and in every instance of relating to God, that is something that appeals to me, and which I have done and I'm trying to do more of. But that's a kind of like, it's a kind of an offering. It's a relational act. It's not really it's not like some first principle that I adopt when I'm talking to myself. If that really makes sense.
We could do the impossible. It's impossible to through run the Appalachian Trail in 40 days. It's impossible.
Dang, I'm having trouble just staying up past 10. So.
I know. I think about it every time. I'm like, I want to go to bed, but I could probably plug another 1,000 words. Go.
Well, there's a profound lack of self-trust here, I feel, because in a certain way, you can look at your own interest, know that this interest is a reflection of the particular expression that God is making through having created you, through having instantiated, what would you say? You know what I mean? Where you say, okay, well, I'm interested in this way, but I don't trust that interest. I have to be suspicious of it because, and the problem is it's like a lack of trust in your own interest, that your own interest is worthy. But if you can't trust
there's also the Hegelian thing. There's the Hegelian thing of to know a limit as the limit is already to be beyond the limit. It's like I can already conceive of something better. which, I mean, because really,
Does that put too much on your conception, on your own ability to conceive what's best? That whole paradigm?
It means that your own conscience is going to accuse you because you're dumping all this time into something that you already know that it's not even the greatest thing that you can conceive of. So it's not to say that.
But it's the thing that you were drawn to.
I think Greg has a point here.
Like Mitch says, that there's a difference between the book that is the result of like a profound commitment and the book that is hastily dashed off. And in order to see it through properly, you have to make a profound commitment to something that you might have sort of suspicions about. I mean, there's a thing where if I was just focused on like the tightness and the concision and the accuracy of the book, I would probably never stop writing.
Well, you know, everybody makes a judgment as to when it's complete. Before you were here, we talked about Kerouac writing on the road for 3 weeks.
The other thing is that I don't believe it would help anyone at the end of the day. It probably wouldn't help anyone to know what is the probable etymology of the divine name. It probably wouldn't help anyone
to think in the right direction for however long it took to read your book, right?
Probably wouldn't.
Mitch,
they were talking about like a god of love or some kind of cosmic state of affairs in which the ultimate reality is love. Like whatever you can know about that from first principles, Jesus is matching that really well. But even more, he's shedding more light on it. He's refining and deepening your understanding of what that means. So it's like a kind of and you want the theology that most makes sense of God as love. And you want the view of reality that most makes sense of that. Like whatever you can know about that from first principles, Jesus is matching that really well. But even more, he's shedding more light on it. He's refining and deepening your understanding of what that means. So it's like a kind of and you want the theology that most makes sense of God as love, and you want the view of reality that most makes sense of that. A God of love or some kind of cosmic state of affairs in which the ultimate reality is love. Like whatever you can know about that from first principles, Jesus is matching that really well. But even more, he's shedding more light on it. He's refining and deepening your understanding of what that means.
And our desire is to do His will. Countries, then what needs to get done will get done. It causes, and we don't really need to worry about it as a species. We're adaptable. You know, okay. Number 3. What's number 3? It's kind of like not worrying about. Oh yeah, like they're bigger fish
they're on the way.
We've got bigger issues.
But there's a reason why you're worried.
Correct. Climate change is going to affect us over 100 years, and the bigger issues that we're dealing with now are going to affect us 20 to 30 years.
I've tried to do this live life your actions matter.
The thing is that
thank God
response
they
is
don't.
not such that you should be worried, because that would kind of be demonic in a sense, or something like that.
How long ago did you
I
come
don't
up
want
with
you
that?
to worry, you know what? I think
Nihilist
there's
Noah?
No, a couple days ago.
Are we speaking now? Is this Nihilist Noah on this stream?
Response perhaps where. Did you say it again? What was it? I think that maybe.
Oh, live life like your actions matter. Thank God if they don't.
Or a solar flare, or like a meteor.
Yeah, I would add another thing, which is thank God if they do too. You know,
Stuff in the atmosphere.
thank God.
And like, there's this little quote of Donald Trump
some people would be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
The telepathy tape. This is what me and Caleb were talking about originally. It's this podcast about people with nonverbal autism who are being shown pretty convincingly to slay spiritual gifts such as telepathy. And our boy Rupert makes
I don't know if it's true now, but anyway, so like I'm not seeing that. I joined right before Kale's not joining fellowship. I think like
well, you're gonna have to check that out, brother, because it's right up your alley. I was thinking about you the whole time, and I was like, me and Jonathan shared Morphic Vineyard.
Yeah, no, I'll check that out. I mean, it reminds me of a lot of times bigger fish to fry. I also, it's like these are, again, it's not super different. I kind of, like they're just people who encounter reality differently. And then, in addition to that, what happens is, it's not, I don't mean to make that it doesn't happen, because obviously it's like this ability to find amorphous,
collaborate on such a
crazy topic. I completely agree with that. I mean, I think a lot of, if you're thinking that these type do have the ability to collaborate, whatever, there's different spiritual gifts or something, and then the societal ostracization, how do you rank yourself into this totally different place? Of course, we don't even like, where they have trouble like engaging in humans to like less, to be less regarding like shipping routes and stuff.
Fuck Max. Yeah, but that's happening. But technology all the time is making things more energy efficient, less expensive. And so what I mean by that is like the ability for people to do more work remotely, let's say, so that I'm not gas guzzling into an office all the time. I guess there's countless pieces of technology like that that have inevitably climate change, like this the carbon footprint. Peter double McFlow, double the pleasure, double the fun with double.
And he was saying that we have these two things to navigate.
I'm still listening. I see that Noah has started playing solitaire.
Apocalypse and the Antichrist, and he sees that.
How do you have a virtual camera?
Society talks so much about the apocalypse.
Hey, I wanted to. The youngest among us would do that. I wanted to rebuke both of you in saying, "Oh, ye of little faith." That I do think that humanity can act as one,
and also Jonathan Bishop also says.
In one sense, I think it's impossible, but in the other sense, it's impossible for God.
It's actually.
So, I think it's also in a sense where we're in sense.
Yeah, and that was the other thing I was going to mention was the radical, providence of God. That He's working within His personal relationship with every single individual to do exactly what needs to be done. And so, if we don't live in the time of complete agreement, then we don't live in the time of complete agreement, and He's got His reasons for that.
Come together.
What's more important is that we all
this is also the image of
are
the whole
tapped in and tuned in to that, right? Like to that thing that, and this is why we can have kumbaya as various denominations and religious beliefs and political beliefs. It's because if we're certain that God has us right where He wants us, and our desire is to do His will, then what needs to get done will get done, and we don't really need to worry about anything. To be clear, that's a temporary thing. I'm not worried about it. It's like they're on the way. I'm not worried about it, but it's gonna be a thing. Worry, but it's 30 years, and then it's like brimstone or whatever. There will be a solution.
Deep philosophical conversations. That's better than like
peace in thy days, that by the help of thy mercy, we may be always free from sin and safe from all distress, as we await the blessed hope and the coming of our Savior Jesus Christ. For the kingdom of God and the glory of God, now and forever, let us say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Deliver us, Lord, we pray, from evil. Graciously grant peace in thy days, that by the help of your mercy, we may be always free from sin and safe from all distress, as we await the blessed hope and the coming of our Savior Jesus Christ.